everybody.
Pizza power!
That was some perfect timing, Quez. 57 months. Yeah,
Congratulations, you got me.
Hopefully you didn't hit your head on the roof there from how high you jumped.
Well, it's already dented.
What are some of the other things that have gotten you during streams? Or just like online stuff in general?
So occasionally I watch another person, whose name is currently escaping me. Anyway, she has jump scare alerts and
I see.
bit things.
Oh, those are a ton of fun, especially if your chat is on point with their timing.
Yeah, those usually make me hit the ceiling as well.
You remember 57 months ago? I really don't, but I do believe it was a much better world.
Yes.
Hang on, that's the sound of a new follower.
Yes, it is.
Radiant Falcon GV. Thank you for the follow, and I apologize in advance. Not entirely sure what for, but we'll find out together. Also, in between streams, Mark AK78. Much love and appreciation to you as well. Thank you for being here, both of you. Insane Swirl, just another viewer. Aw, guys, thanks for all showing up for this. I know it's been a long time, which is why I wanted to stream again. Some of you who hang out in the Discord might know this. I've got a day job now. And I figure, okay, I'm not happy in this job that I'm in. If I'm literally doing this just so I have a paycheck and some money coming in, I want to do something that's just for me near the end of the day. Hang out with some pretty cool people, too, while I'm at it. Play some good video games. And it's also, I recently used a little bit of that money to reinstigate my not Games for Windows Live. That's long dead. What is it? Xbox Gold? Something like that? The PC
Xbox
games.
Live?
Hang on a second. Games Pass?
Game Pass.
Yeah, that's it. Games Pass on Xbox. So now I've just got this gigantic library of games that I've wanted to try for a long, long time, like Unpacking, Ring of Pain, Weird West, things like that. The Pedestrian's on there, and importantly, we would also get Tunic.
Why would they watch him?
Because he's fun. And because apparently it's very, very entertaining to startle me.
That is pretty fun.
They've already done it twice. Re-subbing.
Oh yeah, it's something you try to launch it. Just like, boom!
Get out of here!
Bye, Ice Cold Koopa.
Love you.
Yeah, love you too, you dork.
I was immediately going to respond with, I don't feel the same way. You know, ignoring the blatantly obvious fact that he was talking to you. I watched your Shadow and a Hat in Time boss videos. Excellent videos. Hey, I'm glad you liked them, because I enjoyed making them. And I apologize that the most recent one is taking a long time to put out. I'm trying to get myself back in the right headspace again. I feel the spiral kicking in, but I know what it feels like this time. I see it coming, and I'm trying to fight against it so I don't slip back into bad habits again. I failed with purpose last time, and I'm going to use that to learn here in the future. But anyway, before we begin, I've got some food in front of me here that I would really like to start digging in here.
Dude, I told you to eat already.
Well, I wanted to... It's a new thing on the menu. I wanted to save it until I could, like, capture my reaction. Because, you know, everything is content.
Yeah.
Don't you know? I should be living my life on stream 24/7. It's the only way I'll show up in the algorithm.
Just about. However, we share you with our friends. So,
Fries are on point as usual, even a little bit cold.
I think Burger King fries are the second best fries.
What's the first, out of curiosity?
Arby curly fries.
You know what? I'll give that one to you. I was going to say McDonald's fries, but that's just because I like them crispy. But yeah, curly fries are super fun.
Super
Curly fries
fun,
are also...
super tasty, and good when they're cold.
Curly fries are also proof that all of us are secretly just big children.
Yes. I love that our generation just isn't afraid to admit that, but our parents' generation sort of is.
Society is slowly changing. Like, we're slowly starting to see people admit, yeah, not being perfect is okay. We're making baby steps towards a more inclusive world, right? We still haven't gotten to the point where people are willing to admit that men look good in nail polish, but give it about 2-3 years.
I totally admit that some guys look good in nail polish. Other guys don't look good in nail polish because they haven't acquired the skill of applying it well. Or just have really bad nails. I actually prefer the fries from a local burger joint. Well, that's understandable.
So
Really good burger place.
So this is the
onion
Burger King
rings.
melt that I'm about to have. It is caramelized onions, the junior Whopper patties. And this is the bacon version, too, so we got that going for it on quote-unquote Texas toast. Let's see how this goes. That's all right, actually. About what I expected from Burger King. Ain't exactly Kobe beef, but it's a comfort food for me. I grew up with this restaurant. I know people love to shit on Burger King. And I get it. Don't get me wrong. I 100% understand. I'm pretty sure this cheese is about 75% plastic.
I mean, by molecular content, yes.
But it's really good, though. Oh, yeah, Zulio. The entirety of Yakuza's OSTs, all of them are really, really good. I don't know who their composers are, but they just crank out banger after banger. Some of my personal favorites are Two Dragons, the final boss theme from Yakuza 0, and my absolute favorite of all time is Fly from Yakuza 3, which, coincidentally, is also a final boss theme. There is a version that plays during the title screen, but the one that plays during the fight, that's what you're looking for. That's the good stuff right there. Wait a minute. The same guy that did Monkey Ball? Are you serious?
It is?
You know what? I'm going to take you at face value on that one. Even if that's a lie, I want it to be the reality we live in.
Am I pestering you, Brady?
Brady's her dog, for those who don't know.
He adorable. I post pictures in the Discord.
He's a little shit sometimes, too, but what animal
Oh,
isn't?
yes.
What a transition. Also, when are we going to get Monkey Ball showing up at a Yakuza game? It's just a costume Kiryu has to wear so... No! It can't be Kiryu because they're done with his story now.
Yep.
Majima just pops out like a... You win a toy from one of those UFO catcher machines, and out just pops the gloved hand with the snakeskin jacket. Kiryu-chan! I'm your prize today. The Majima Everywhere system. I wish they had taken that even farther. I would have loved for everywhere to well and truly mean everywhere. Although, I guess that would have been a little bit of a pain in the ass for the player. You kind of have to see the fight coming. Otherwise, it just feels cheap. Because it's like, yes, I just got done with this gigantic, like, group fight. I'm beat down. I've got, like, 10% health left. I just have to get to, like, a convenience store and stuff some energy jelly down my gullet, and I'll be good.
You know what that reminds me of?
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody here remember, Metabots?
Yeah! Metabots!
And the referee who would always be there, like, in the dumbest places. Like, he'd pop out of a bush, he'd, like, be inside of a tree costume. It's like, he just followed them around so the ref would always be there, and then it turns out he got, like, 50 identical brothers or something. So dumb. Me? Adama? No. No.
Hey, I'm gonna put a pin in this. Like, I don't want this to become a joke or a reference or anything because she's the girlfriend of one of my best friends on the planet. So don't do that.
Yee.
I don't even want people to joke about that.
You know, the Metabots had video games for the GBA. It was Metabots RPG. There was Metabee and oh gosh, what was the silver one? I can never
I don't remember, but I know the character you're talking about.
Yeah, it was his rival.
Also, the one who basically taught him how to use the Metaforce, right?
Right.
Hey, Spartan, welcome to the chat. So, I'm gonna pull back the curtain a little bit. Anybody here remember RTGs back when I was doing that series? Raid the local game store. Just reviewing the most obscure video games I could get my hands on. One of the ones I was going to cover for that I never got around to was the Metabots GameCube game. I still have it sitting around somewhere, and I want to play it sometime, just because I loved that show as a kid, and I'm very curious.
You know what I always wanted but was never able to get?
What's up?
They had those gachapon machines, right? And one of the things you could get out of them were replicas of the medals.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. I was never allowed to do anything with gachapon machines.
Oh, Radiant, if I... Oh my goodness, I am so sorry
What
about that.
was that?
That was me desperately trying to hold back a sudden belch.
Ew,
You got like half of a belch, 0.2 of a belch. Raid the downloads? Nah, look, if I ever bring that series back, I am going to rebrand it as I want to talk about this. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm just going to, like, lay my cards on the table and just in the title say, hey, I want to talk about this game for a little bit. Like, I want to talk about Wander Song, or I want to talk about Twin Dragons for the PS2 for some reason. Also, Dark Lord coming in hot with the Tier 2 sub for 50 months.
Whoop whoop.
Whoop whoop indeed. Here come the Twitch police. Whoop whoop.
Anyway, I have posted cute, adorable pictures of my cute, adorable dog. His name is Brady.
Much appreciated.
Stop that, you're making me hungry.
I can't help it, it's involuntary.
That's fair.
Okay. Icicle, I have a question for you. And think very carefully about your answer because our continued friendship relies on this.
Just no, sure, jeez.
What's your opinion on root beer?
It is the drink of the gods, once known by the name nectar. It is the best.
Congratulations, you were on the right side of justice.
Yeah,
The
well.
screen has gone like dark for about 6 times now. So how about we hop in and actually play the video game I said we were gonna play tonight?
I like most brands of root beer, but my favorite is actually Sioux City Sarsaparilla.
I had a place that was near where I grew up called Thunder Canyon Brewery. Unfortunately, they are not in business anymore, and I can't imagine how they weren't, because number one, they had what they called a deep dish cookie, which they would just
deep dish cookie?
Yeah, they served you a giant cookie for dessert in like a skillet. It was like it was the type of size you could share it with everyone else at the table, and they just topped it off with a scoop or two of vanilla ice cream. It was it was sublime. It's godlike. It's good. But the other thing they did is because of their name, they crafted their own beer and they mixed their own soda in-house.
Drooling, thinking about giant cookie.
It can't be too hard to it can't be too hard to make. I'm gonna visit you
considering
guys sometime, so
we have giant cookie box kits in the pantry.
I'm gonna be playing on wild mode tonight because we're gonna need the bonus currency eventually. I will tell you that right now. You're gonna need those coins. It will save you so much time if you're going for 100%.
Why can't I hear it? Yeah, that's up to the... Oh, right, switch.
That's a good question. Why can't you hear it?
I don't know. I can't hear it on the stream, and I can't hear it on the shared feed, so... I don't know.
Video capture device is on.
Is the audio one on?
Hang on, I need to ask chat about this. Guys, can you hear the audio from the game? I hear the game. If cream soda is available, I'm steering towards that. Yeah, buddy. Cream soda is equally as good as root beer, in my opinion. It just depends on the mood I'm in that day.
I used to love cream soda. And then when I was about 10, we visited my great-grandparents, and great-grandma had dementia, and so she had put the 2-liter of cream soda into the closet instead of the refrigerator.
Oh no, and it went tepid?
Not exactly. So, it was room temperature, and apparently something that is special about cream soda is that if it's room temperature and you open it, even if it hasn't been shaken, it will explode violently.
I wasn't aware of this.
Yeah, I will tell you right now that having cream soda washed out of your hair in the world's nastiest bathroom will put you off of it forever.
That's a shame, because it's really good.
It is, and I can't drink it anymore because all I can do is remember that experience when I taste it.
Oh, is it one of those you like have a physical reaction because your body remembers the event?
Yes.
That's a shame.
And I used to love it so much.
You know what I'm gonna do?
What?
What if I made you a cream soda float? Would you be able to have that?
You mean a Boston cooler?
Is that what they call them?
I think so.
Is this one of those situations where every region has a different name for it? It's like eggs in a nest. You know, when you cut a hole in the middle of a slice of bread and you cook an egg in it?
I have never seen or heard of that before.
Apparently there's like a million different names for this dish. Like, we were talking
I've never seen that dish before.
Oh, it's super simple. I love it. I had it for breakfast there every morning for a while. before I realized I was eating on a treadmill, and that's not good for you mentally.
What?
So, eating on a treadmill is basically means you're having the same thing day after day. And
Oh yeah, no, that's not healthy.
even if it's good food, your brain is still like there's nothing special about each particular instance, and it just feels like the days are blurring into each other, which is really bad for you.
Well, there are some people who actually benefit from that.
Really?
Yes. Because of the routine.
No, I get that. Routine can be comfortable. I was just more
Well,
speaking
for
in
some
the
people,
broader
it's a
sense.
necessity because their brains break.
Obsessive compulsive.
No, just a lot of people who are on the autism spectrum,
Fair.
they rely, myself included, rely on consistency to function. I am not so bad that I need to have the same dish over and over and over, or else I lose my mind.
I get it. My brother was like that. He had full-blown autism, and there's only a handful of things that he would eat.
Yep.
He would lose his mind if we got to Friday and he didn't get to have McDonald's. That was just his routine. That was just something that happened on Friday, and if it didn't, his world started falling apart.
Yes. You know, I've not had Barks cream soda. I think the only two I've ever had were A&W and Faygo, and Faygo's the one that exploded on me.
I know I'm gonna catch flack for this.
Hey, look! One of us! One of us!
What? What's up?
Look at Falcon! He's one of us!
Oh, she.
She, sorry.
I believe it was Falcon that left that message.
Anyway.
Again, repetition's my best teacher, so...
I love that you've still got the hat on.
Oh, like, that's one of the best things about these. Some of these hat and mouthful mode combinations are very, very funny looking.
It's like a taxi, only it's a hat.
It's like the little light on top of a police car. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the Kirby. Whoop, whoop. This was not in the demo, by the way, this song. And after all... So I'm counting it out, and it seems there's a character for every single letter in the English alphabet. Like down there is the, quote, translation. I wonder if you had like a cipher in front of you, you could read these characters, and there's any place in the game where they just had hidden messages that expand a little bit on the lore, maybe?
Actually,
Little details on a computer screen in the background, maybe?
maybe. You know, if you were gonna pause it, I believe we could create one.
Too late now. I think also if I hit the plus button, it would have skipped the cutscene. Oh well, there will always be the VOD.
There will always be the VOD. That hat, though. Oh no! Waddle-dee!
Well, end of the road. Sorry guys, this is the end of the game. I can't jump high enough to get there. Really weird that they didn't patch this out by the time the game was released.
What?
Look, I can't get up there.
You have to spit the...
No, see, it's like... Oh, look at that. I wonder how I got 100% on my other file without knowing that.
I'm giving you a look right now.
Oh, I could feel a disturbance in the force. You don't need to tell me. You know, the older I get, the more I understand trolling. It is very fun. With friends, yes, but also sometimes online, too. When you see people just being complete and total idiots, poking their buttons just a little bit, and driving them even more nuts is... It's weirdly cathartic.
It is, and I love it. I kind of started a war once.
Well, I'm curious.
Then I shall indulge your curiosity.
Had a little devil on my shoulder there for a second. It's like, don't talk about Ukraine, don't talk about Ukraine, don't talk about Ukraine.
So, performance muffler.
Oh, for like a vehicle or something?
Yes. I went into a car aficionado subreddit with a throwaway, and I asked if a performance part is supposed to do its job better than the regular version of that part, why do performance mufflers exist?
Oh, your logic being that it should just be the regular part? Like, all mufflers should just, like, cancel out as much noise as they can?
Yes, because that's what a muffler is supposed to do. So a performance muffler should make your car even quieter. Not what a performance muffler does. Performance muffler makes it way louder.
Performance
And,
muffler is basically just there to look cool and annoy your neighbors.
Yes.
Well, what it's
And
supposed to
by
be
asking that
for
question-
what it's supposed to be for is like street racing and all that, but some people don't get that memo. Either that or they're too scared to actually participate in their local drag races.
Say that like we have local drag races.
Listen.
Oh, right. You're from Ohio.
It's not exactly Cleveland where I live in, but it's offbeat enough that we get the weirdos.
Well, yeah, you're there.
Fair point. I guess that's the one upside to not being able to get audiobook jobs anymore. I don't have to get mad at every single Yahoo who drives by the apartment complex.
All things.
Who
I
forgot to
suppose.
get their engine checked out sometime in the last century.
Yeah. But yeah, no, asking that one single question in a car aficionado subreddit,
People are just eating each other alive.
it's still going.
Really?
Yes.
To this day? Did you check it this morning? There's new comments?
I checked it 2 weeks ago. It's still going.
That's incredible.
Now, I've never played Mega Man X. I've played lots of Mega Man, just not Mega Man X. Which one should I start with?
Probably the original. I know that's an easy answer, but it's also the best answer. There's a lot of things that happen in X2 and 3, even though I think they're better games. You won't appreciate those moments nearly as much if you don't have the context. I know everybody refers back to the sequelitis game, the sequelitis video talking about those games, but he does bring up some good points about the storytelling there and how it is told mainly through the gameplay.
Which which I like.
It kind of does the RPG thing, where the entire point of the original Mega Man X is you getting stronger.
So X1 then X4?
I don't know anything about X4, sadly. My
Apparently it's...
So my Mega Man X knowledge is 1, 2, and 3, and then I skipped straight to 7 for some reason.
7 is not well liked.
People like that game for the wrong reasons, let's put it that way.
Yes. I'm aware.
Burn! Burn to the ground!
I have played the Zero
Burn!
series. I have played the Zero series, though. Kirby's so cute.
By the way, guys, I will try my best. You know these little missions that are showing up off to the side here, like clear the sage, save the hidden wall Ds, that type of thing? I will do my best to try and clear as many of those as I can on the first time I'm in a level. I will forget some here and there because holy crap, some of these are arbitrary as hell.
Yeah, they are.
But we'll get to that when we reach World 2. There's one in particular that just blows my mind every time I read it. I've given you that spiel. Don't spoil it for the audience. It's something, all right.
I mean, I'm used to BS RNG. That's just kind of a given. I'm a Dungeons and Dragons player as well, so I am well acquainted
I'm mostly
with
Pathfinder.
the fickleness. Pathfinder?
Yeah, I'm mostly a Pathfinder player myself. First edition, not second edition, I should clarify. I enjoy that system a lot. I do realize I should break out and try other role-playing systems, though. Maybe different groups. I have been a little curious about World of Darkness, weirdly enough. Specifically, there is a fan-made module for it called Princess the Hopeful, where you and all of your party members are basically magical girls.
That sounds like fun.
From what I'm reading in the system, it is definitely intriguing.
Was that a table or a push thing?
I can go back up and check if you like.
I think it was a table. Because if it was a push thing, it wouldn't have had a base, and it had a base, so...
Every time I see this form.
It's so ridiculous.
The waddling is so good. The fact that the bottom part of it looks like a tongue.
Yes! Hey, somebody said anime. Is there a good Mega Man anime? Let Radiant answer that one.
Yes, it's called Battle Angel Alita.
I know there is a Mega Man anime. I don't know if it's good or not. I've not seen it. And I know there's a very, very bad animated cartoon.
I'm only familiar with the one you're talking about, which is the American show.
Oh.
The Japanese, the actual like proper Mega Man anime is pretty funny too, because that's how we got Ninja Wily.
I have never heard of nor seen Ninja Wily, and I need this in my life.
You're not going to arrest me because and he pulls off the lab coat, and it's just like the most stereotypical ninja outfit you could possibly think of, and he actually thwarts Mega Man's attempt to stop him by throwing a smoke bomb. That show is the dumbest thing in the universe, and it's great.
It's not that he threw the smoke bomb. It's that it was so off the wall, completely pulled out of your armpit ridiculous, that Mega Man just didn't know what to do. Because there's no way that old dude moved that fast just because he threw a smoke bomb. Anyway,
Ooh,
so,
Quez, you're
let me
big
get
on
this straight.
masterminds? I have a friend who's been looking for a group, like somebody to play that game with for a little while now. I should introduce you guys.
I've never heard of masterminds before. I mean, my first experience with tabletop was actually GURPS.
Oh yeah, generic universal role-playing system, the thing that Fallout is based off of.
Yeah. So, my first character was a broadsword-wielding cat girl who took the flaw hairball. Yeah, so on occasion, she would hack up a hairball. And everyone around her would have to make a constitution saving throw to not be disgusted by the hairball. I never actually got to play her, but I had a blast making her.
I actually I did something like that not too long ago. I made a bunch of... I have just a list of character sheets now for Pathfinder. A lot of our campaigns kind of die in the middle of the story for one reason or another. And I don't want to put all of that emotional effort into a character just to not see their full story be told. By the way, I love the little details in the background. This is brilliant foreshadowing right here. This little, like, half-burned poster on the wall. I wonder what that says.
Somebody screenshot that. Okay. Fantasy Flight, huh?
Fantasy Flight. I've heard that name before. Aren't they the people that make Warhammer?
I don't know. The only thing I really know about Warhammer is Warhammer 40k, and the only thing I really know about that is that there are werewolf space marines, there are vampire space marines, there are fire space marines, there are about 20 other different kinds of space marines.
And yet somehow they have a problem with furries.
And the red
Wonders
ones
never
go
cease.
faster.
Okay, so that's an orc thing.
Yes, that is an orc thing.
Orcs
I
in
do
40K...
know. That's
Oh,
Games
where did I
Workshop.
miss a tulip?
Anyway, the Games Workshop makes Warhammer.
Okay.
But currently, my character that I'm currently playing is a Sapphire Dragonborn space cop in a multiverse campaign.
Oh,
Which is
wait.
to say,
Isn't... that's a ranger archetype, right?
space cop?
No, like, there's specifically a class that does, for the ranger, that does, like, multi-universe shenanigans.
No.
What am I thinking
It's
of?
a fighter that I've flavored. The light hand crossbow is a phaser, and the longbow is a plasma rifle. So
But does your phaser have an annoy setting?
it has a stun setting and it has a kill setting. I have not yet gotten an upgrade for annoy yet. Still working on that. Have to complete a quest first.
So that's I don't know if I sent this to you before. There's a list out there called, I think it's 2,550 things Mr. Welch is no longer allowed to do in an RPG.
I
And
had
it's-
read this list. I have laughed at this list. You got me to the point where I couldn't breathe when you introduced me to this list. It's up there with the things Dr. Bright is not allowed to do at the SCP Foundation.
I wasn't aware of this.
Oh, I love the SCP site.
I will admit my favorite SCP articles are the joke ones. There's the infamous SCP-420J.
Yes.
But my favorite is also the scientist who's so bad of a driver, he kills everybody who shares a vehicle with him.
Yes. You know, they tried putting the hard-to-kill reptile in a vehicle with him. It didn't work. But
I thought...
it did scream in abject terror and refuses to go anywhere near him now.
I thought the joke was that they had a test planned, but they never went through with it.
Oh yeah, because the world might end. Like, they put him on a moped once, and the results are completely redacted.
Hey, Philo and Aster. I appreciate the help, thank you.
Who the heck is Ben Diskin?
I don't want to say anything. I think this is a D's Nuts joke.
I mean, my favorite voice for Mega Man was the one in Legends. I've never... The only other voice for Mega Man I think I've ever heard was... Yeah, the cartoon one. I don't think I've ever heard his voice otherwise. I might have seen a single episode of the Battle Network back in the day. The Battle Network anime.
I remember that.
I love Battle Network so much.
I had Battle Network 3 and 4, and those are pretty much some of my favorite video games on the Game Boy Advance. 4 and specifically Red Sun are my favorites.
Why am I waving? I'm dumb.
What's up?
I saw Don randomly pop into the chat and I started waving and I'm like, no one can see me. What am I doing?
You pulled a me in the
Yes,
Hat
I
in Time
did.
episode.
I'm still laughing at that. Well, at least she appreciates it. I'm appreciated. Yay. I wonder if you'll ever get the big sword. Do you get a big sword?
So this was in the demo and it's in all of the trailers, so I don't count it as a spoiler. You do eventually get a bigger sword. Like, there are evolved copyables in this game. And you do specifically get that mini boss's giant sword. This is a really cool detail. A lot of the evolved powers are based off of the mini bosses that you'll be fighting throughout the game, which I think is very, very cool. It's a really nice touch.
Is there one for Wispy Woods?
No, Wispy Woods is like a proper boss. So, it's only the mini bosses that get like evolved power status.
So, wait.
So, what?
Stop that.
What?
Sparkly bricks. And where's that other tulip? I think I saw something about it being behind a tree.
Yep, it's right over there in the background. You see it?
Yes.
I'm basically just here now for that tulip specifically, but since I'm here, I might as well like farm the level for some more star coins anyway. Here's the thing I mentioned earlier about some of these requirements being a little arbitrary.
You mean extremely arbitrary?
Oh, no.
What? Oh, fuck.
You okay?
I'll live.
Did I forget another one somewhere in the level?
Isn't there one after this
all,
one?
It's all the way back at the beginning. I am not paying attention tonight. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry you have to watch this subpar performance, guys. Hey, remember what I said about I was trying not to waste your time by getting all of the missions on the first go-through? My bad.
Hi, Philo and Aster. Thanks for coming out.
Always cool to see a familiar face, yeah.
Well, familiar name, at least.
Shut up. You come into my house. You drink my Faygo. You shit in my mailbox. And this
What?
Is the...
What? You! No! I put a cactus in your mailbox.
Is that a reference to something I'm not aware of?
No, it's something I did once.
You just really didn't like that person? So it's like, I'm gonna give you the least
No.
friendly plant I can
So-
think of.
We were gardening in their front garden bed, and she said, this cactus needs to be put up off the ground while we prepare the flower bed because I don't remember what it was that was trying to eat it. Something was trying to eat it, and until the flower bed was ready with the repellent or whatever to keep it from eating the cactus, it needed to be up and out of the way. So I put it in the mailbox.
And did you forget it there?
No, I did not. But, somebody else got quite the surprise when they went to put the mail in the mailbox.
Oh no. I'm glad I'm
poor
not having
mailman.
that day. This is a phrase I've gotten very used to saying lately, is I'm glad I'm not having that day. It's one of those, like, gratitude exercises to remind me to really appreciate even the small things in life. Like, whenever
Another one
I pass by somebody who I see they're in an accident or that they were pulled over by a police officer, I always think to myself, I'm glad that's not the reality I have to deal with currently. Because I've been in a car accident, I've been pulled over before, and neither of those are enjoyable experiences. I had a moment that scared the crap out of me the other day. I recently discovered Abroad in Japan on YouTube, and they had a joke in one of their videos where one of them was goofing around. They were pretending to swerve the wheel of the vehicle they were in, but then the camera, like, panned back towards the road, and in post, they edited in a giant truck coming towards them in the same lane and honking its horn really loudly. And I had a moment where every single cell in my body activated and all of them were in panic mode.
I hate those moments. Alright, now where is that article?
Like, I'm glad I don't have the perspective of suffering that some people do in this planet, but I will say that car accident and the month that I spent just sitting in my apartment afterwards, essentially waiting for life to resolve itself and get back on track for me, it is one of the worst things that has ever happened to me. And my brain treats it as such.
Greatly so.
The thing.
Yes. You'll understand when I send it to you.
Kirby. There we go. For some reason, he just wanted to do nothing but guard there.
At least he wasn't nothing but, run into the enemy there.
Yeah,
because,
runs. No, Kirby, go straight into the sword.
Yeah. Had that happen with my controller before, not fun.
Let me introduce you to my face to your foot style.
I spend a lot of time looking in the refrigerator, trying to find the answers of life.
I think I understand what you're talking about. There are times where I will just get the urge to walk around downstairs just because I want to talk to another human being for a second, and my roommate is usually down there working on her laptop. But there are also times where I will just wander around my room, too.
Because
I'll
you
just-
do not want to sit.
I'll just stare at the wall and think about nothing in particular.
I like doing that. I'm actually one of the few females in the world capable of thinking nothing at all. Most females can't do that.
So you've seen that bit about, like, the ball of wire versus the room of boxes.
It's spaghetti, but yes. Or maybe it is wires. I need to go watch it again. It's always a fun watch because, you know,
I
the
believe
guy's hilarious.
I believe the quote is a ball of wire, because everything's connected to everything. The kids are connected to the car, which is connected to the house, which is connected to the neighborhood, which is connected to the HOA, and
I much prefer a man's method of thinking with the boxes. Unfortunately,
I'm gonna deal with
I've
this
gotten
subject and just this subject exclusively, and when we are done with that, I'm gonna go back to watching TV again.
yes.
There we go.
Unfortunately, my brain doesn't allow me to do that very often. Fine, you can get down on the floor.
New the
Yes.
tulip. Luckily, we can still go back and get this one. Okay, we're good now.
Yay!
Here's the downside. You know how in any other video game that has optional objectives like this, you'd be able to finish something and then just immediately quit out? Guess what?
Yeah,
If you go to
not this
exit
game.
stage, completed missions will not be saved. And it highlights that in red. And I'm just sitting here like, but why? But why though?
I have that same exact question.
¿Por qué?
Pig,
No, por qué?
pig.
Get over here. Mario did the same thing. I don't remember that.
Wasn't that Odyssey that did that?
I thought Odyssey just auto-saved after every single objective.
I don't know. I don't remember. It's been over a year since I played it. And I didn't really enjoy it as much as I thought I would.
Odyssey's in a weird position in my mind. I enjoyed the time I had with the game, but I just find myself with no desire to go back and play it again.
Yeah, it was like it. Well, I think my biggest gripe was there were too many missions in any given world. There were like 20 missions in a world. And I'm used to there being like 6, maybe 7, because the previous 2 big Mario games had like 6 or 7 objectives in each level, which is a good amount. And while it's really cool to have these gigantic worlds that get bigger, it's a pain. It's a pain to try and sift through this huge world. If it's not like got a linear path laid out for you, it's really hard to try and figure out where you're supposed to go, what you're supposed to do.
I would highly recommend against you playing Breath of the Wild then.
I own it. I played it. I beat it. I hated the lack of any real dungeons.
Oh,
Mini
you don't
dungeons?
count the divine beasts?
Spin the mechanism. Spin the mechanism. Give me items that do cool things, okay?
Well, you can. Wait a
That
second.
don't break.
Couldn't you do that from? Because it wasn't like a water temple situation where you had to go to a specific spot. Like you could just do it straight from the iPad or whatever they called it in that game.
Sheikah Slate. Spoiled little dog.
Brady giving you trouble again.
I want down. I want up. I want out.
I want exactly
I
5
want up
seconds
again.
of human interaction. Don't worry, I'll be back in 10 for another 5.
Precisely. My dog is a cat. Only he's not as capable as a cat. Or is big.
I wouldn't call cats capable. I've been living with this one
Let me put it
in
this
this
way.
apartment
They're
for a little while
mobile.
now.
They're
Well,
mobile.
she
My dog
certainly
is
gets the
not.
zoomies every now and again. I don't think I've told this story on stream. This cat that we have in this apartment is the worst hunter on the planet. Like, when my roommate rescued her, she was practically skin and bones, and like watching her in action, I understand why. There was a silverfish, like this little bug, that was walking across the floor. They're harmless, but they do mess up like paint and whatnot. Anyway, that's beside the point. It was walking across the carpet, and she just happened to be there. And I pointed it out to her. She looked directly at this thing, made a half-hearted attempt to bat at it, but her paw didn't even touch the thing. She got like half an inch away from it, and then just sat there and watched as it crawled underneath the little thing that holds all of their DVDs. And I'm just like, wow, A+ for effort, kid.
That is... Ah.
No hunter instinct, this one. Nada. It is non-existent in this animal.
Broken cat is broken.
It's like, this cat would be worse at catching pests than Tom.
And that's a statement, because at least Tom has caught Jerry a few times. Yeah, I forgot I made that.
Made what?
I made a D&D map with Fallout map markers on it for our Fallout campaign.
Oh yeah, because it is written in GURP, so I imagine it was really easy to translate over.
To 5th edition D&D? No, we just kind of monkey pawed everything. Or half-assed it, I guess. Whatever.
Because Monkey Paw is like,
That's wishes.
yeah.
Which were also involved.
If it was Monkey Paw, it would be like, hey, we turned Fallout into an RPG. Yay! It's based on 76. Oh. Oh no. Oh, honey.
I forgot I had the Godzilla Bring Your Kids to Work Day comic. It's so cute!
Oh, you've got Quez's attention.
I was. We finished it a couple years ago and haven't gone back to it since, much to my great disappointment. Essentially, are you aware of the time without magic that happened on the Sword Coast when Mystra died? And the whole crazy nonsense that happened? With the anti-magic zones? Basically, radiation made magic go crazy and also caused dead zones. However, as a result, everyone could use cantrips even if they had no magical skill whatsoever. But if you were a caster class and it wasn't a cantrip, every single time you cast a spell, you had to roll on the wild magic table.
Hang on a second, I'm just changing my controller over to something different. I think the holder I have was pushing down on one of the shoulder buttons, which is why
And
Kirby
yes.
is deciding to crouch all the time.
One of our players did wind up as a permanent potted plant. But yeah, it was very, very fun. And of course, our crazy GM eventually pulled a bunch of our favorite pop culture references in. We shot Superman in the knee with the magic artificer's gun. I got a symbiote. I got the Venom symbiote.
I hope you're watching the stream, by the way.
I am, and it's hilarious. Because it's literally the action that you've got is literally just fall over. And he looks like some goofy kind of dinosaur, which is great.
Girth.
Girth.
The
Anyway.
mouth, I think, is what does it for me. Just the perfectly
that-
straight line.
Yes.
Steppy.
Yes.
Stare.
Steppisaurus.
Stareby.
Oh, so there was this really, really great newspaper, not editorial. It's where you put help wanted ads.
I know what you're talking about.
What are those called?
They're just called help wanted ads.
No, they're not. They have a name. Okay, well, I'll remember the name later.
The classifieds.
Like, thank you. So here's this classified that I have saved a picture of because I died laughing at it. I'm quite sure most of you have seen the rather large green dragon flying over northeast OKC for the better part of a week. I am looking for someone to A, lure said dragon away from OKC to a more rural area, B, force said dragon to land in rural area, and C, slay said dragon whatever way you see fit. No pay, dragon slaying is its own reward. Please note I am not talking about the red dragon that frequents the area from time to time. He and I have an agreement. There is no context for this. There is no mention of D&D. There is no address. There is no phone number. It is just this. Somebody just put this in a classified in Oklahoma City. Not all heroes wear capes.
Yeah. That is the same energy as those people that go to the Walmart at 5 a.m. to buy really weird stuff and freak out the cashier.
I found the thing!
Oh, by the way, I got everybody's favorite little figurine in this game.
I found the thing.
This thing is named a Woofy. I
It
can't
is
get
so
over that.
cute.
You could not have tried harder to make this the little mascot of this game.
A woofy. Because it goes a woo and woof. Yes, somebody paid money to put that in the newspaper, and yes. And they're way too tired to get freaked out at 5 a.m. Unless they're new. Anyway, I sent you the thing. It is for when you have an I hate my job day.
No, whoa, chat. You almost fell off of my desk there. Yeah. I have a picture for that already. So, it's just a picture of the backside of a rhinoceros. At a zoo,
What?
presumably. And, most of the wall behind it is brown, except for the outline of a person.
Oh, yeah.
And it has a line akin to that, which is, if you're ever having a bad day at work, just remember, it could always be worse.
This one is very specific. And will probably make you not want to buy that particular brand of thermometer ever again.
It's a German name of rock ruff. It's Waffles. That's pretty good. Or as I imagine it in the actual language itself, Wuffles. Which somehow, saying it in the accent makes it even cuter.
I know, right?
Oh yeah, it's Wuffles. It's fine in Pokemon.
I'm going to have to get my German friend to say a bunch of Pokemon names.
always like, I find that kind of thing r/mildly interesting. I don't mean to plug someone else's channel again. Anybody out there a big fan of OniNG? Have you seen their Web Explorers series lately?
No, but I have a feeling I should.
It's just them wandering around like different websites. Mainly it's them making fun of Reddit and how terrible it is.
It is terrible. That's why I love it so much.
One of Oni's favorite subreddits is called r/mildly interesting.
Yes.
So he opened an incognito tab with no account. It was just like, alright, what do we get when there's like no algorithm working for us? What are the top rated posts?
Yeah, some pretty great ones there.
And of course, like, them doing dramatic readings of people who are way too full of themselves.
Oh, yes.
Am I the only person who would rather have an old school Pokemon game instead of the new style set by Arceus? I feel like I'm alone here. People say that this is the greatest Pokemon ever created and it's the best one they've played since they were a child, and I just don't get that.
I want to hurt you right now, but I know it's not you actually saying that. You're being... I want to hurt you. Ah!
Is it just because of the voice I'm using?
Yes!
The way I'm saying it?
It's like that particular voice.
There's a subtlety to it, you know?
And you have nailed that subtlety to the point where I
Because
am
if you
now
go, like,
aggravated.
because if you go way off the rails, if you try to make him sound as nerdy as possible,
Stop.
it doesn't hit as hard because it's like
No,
that
no,
doesn't
it does.
that doesn't sound like a person. Like that sounds like a character of a person. But the voice I was doing is just snooty enough that it sounds like somebody's actually saying, you're like, stop, stop, stop. I want to punch you.
I wanted to punch you both times, but that's beside the point. I've known people...
That's just the effect I have on folks.
Not all the time.
It's my brand. There's a 1 million channel point reward where you get to actually punch me in real life.
I don't need channel points for that.
I'm punching you right now. Also made you look to everybody in chat.
Alright, alright. How many of you actually looked?
I want to give Fnu a belly-to-belly suplex. You just Canadian destroyer me.
You looked, but only because you were 90% sure it wasn't there.
I
I
love those ridiculous channel point redeeming rewards. I don't mean to pull the curtain back a little bit on them, but there's one first streamer that I watch called Foxy Joy. He's a VTuber, and let's just say he has a very interesting model.
Foxy?
Yeah, no, like not Foxy the character, not the FNAF character.
Sad face.
It's fun, and he's kind of fun himself too. I can't watch him all the time because he is a very high energy, and after a while that just wins me out, weirdly enough.
I
But
get that.
it's nice when I'm having a crappy day, I go watch his stuff. But he has a channel point reward on there for 7,777,777 channel points. Which, one, I wish the last digit was a 6 just to screw with people with OCD like me. B, I'm the type of person who sees a number like that as a challenge. So I looked up, okay, how long would it feasibly take to get that many channel points? How long would I have to be saving up in order to actually redeem this alert? Turns out if you have somebody who streams for 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, so 16 hours being the average here, It will take you, in 1 year, casually, like you're hitting your watch streaks and everything, which itself would be incredibly hard to pull off. At best, you're only pulling in like 1.5 million channel points. So it would take you the better part of, let me just do some quick mental math here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years of dedicated service, like being subscribed the entire time. That's nuts.
Yes. But is it these nuts?
Is that including a tier 3 sub bonus? Yes. Like, that is the most optimistic generation of how many channel points a person could generate in a 1 year span. Where is this last lantern? I've come through this level twice now and I can't find it. It's weird. It's like when I'm not talking to somebody, I can focus on the game way more easily. Weird how that works. Does he do any point gambling? Yes. Frequently there are polls on there. One that was happening just today, he had an unfortunate situation where Elden Ring just crashed on him right after beating a boss. He was pissed. But he had a good sense of humor about it, too. He held a poll that was just, will the game crash again? Place your bets. Put down some channel points on this one. Hold up. Wait. Is that what I think it is? Glizzy spotted.
Is it a rubber chicken?
No, a glizzy is a hot dog.
Then I want a rubber chicken.
Kirby can't eat those.
No.
I mean, he can try, and then he'll get the rubber chicken power-up, which is... It's his strongest ability, which is why they haven't put it in a game yet. It would just completely break the balancing. I don't get the people who get mad about difficulty in Kirby games. It's like, you bought a Sonic... Do you buy a Sonic the Hedgehog title expecting to play Zelda? No, we're not counting the new game that's coming out here soon.
I'm looking forward to watching the Sonic 2 movie.
I still haven't seen that yet, but I hear a lot of people saying it's really good. Kirby is the embodiment of chaos, their stomach is the void. No, the void is Kirby if he didn't have any friends.
Poor Void.
Maybe there was a path down here that I missed. Where is it? So I went up and down that one area in the cave like a couple times, and I didn't see another lantern anywhere. I'm not joking, that's Kirby lore. Interesting.
There's what? Oh, lore.
Yeah. What did you think I said?
Well, it starts with the letter V, as in Victor.
I mean, yes, I'm pretty sure that exists too. That'd be an easy, like, if you're gonna do it with any character, that would be a really easy target.
I'm not entirely sure what it is, and I definitely never want to. Like, ever.
it fascinating. I will say that much at the very least, because, like, I'm intrigued by things I don't understand, and I've been like that ever since I was a kid. I was just like, I don't get this, but I am fascinated. I love understanding how the world around me works. I love learning things like, oh, why are road signs designed the way they are? Why do we use the symbols that we do in the particular colors? How did a street get its particular name? That type of thing.
Why does Atlanta have like 50 streets that are all named Peachtree?
Because, like, understanding the theory behind things, it's that cool feeling of, yeah, I'm seeing the code of the Matrix type of deal. I'm losing my mind over this lantern, by the way. Am I just blind and it's in the first area? I think there might actually be a lantern, like, just off to the right as soon as you enter this area. If that is the case, I'm going to do my best to speed run through the rest of this.
I see.
Oh my god, it is. Hey folks, look what's right there off to the side.
But how do you get to it?
Oh, I already lit it. Just hop over the barriers.
Oh.
Remember, this was... It's sort of open world. Kinda.
I mean,
The levels aren't as linear. You can move around them in a 3D space.
unlike Kirby 64.
Kirby 2.5D has its own appeal, I think. It's the Klonoas of the world, and Klonoa 2 stands up there as one of my favorite platformers ever made. Like, I'm right there with Tall Man Stan on this one. That is a fantastic video game. And it warms my heart to hear that we are not alone in that fact. Like, King K says that as well, and I know you shouldn't base your opinion off of what, like, famous people say about something. You should just enjoy something for the sake of it. But still, it's nice. It's like, yeah, we have something in common. We can't help it. We're social animals by nature.
Yeah, it's why when we taste some disgusting food, we want to share it with all our friends for some bizarre reason. Because we're social.
Or if you're a guy, like, you just, like... What's that Jeff Foxworthy bit about the gym bag?
The guy with the stinkiest gym bag is the alpha?
No. Okay, so I remember the bit now. There's kind of a code between guys, where if you find something that smells really bad, like if there's a gym bag that you just left in your closet for the better part of a decade and you forgot to wash the clothes in it, you're like, wait a second, what is this thing? You zip it open, and you're like, oh my, that is the fucking worst. Mike, you gotta smell this, man.
Yeah, it's humans. Especially guys. I remember one time my mom got us this nasty, it was like this yogurt drink, health drink thing, and it was the nastiest crap I'd ever tasted. And I took a sip of that one. Oh, that's so nasty.
I got a question.
And my friend,
was it Activia?
yeah, how'd you know? Anyway. So, and my best friend at the time, who is actually now another Twitch streamer, Violet Dash, says, "Ooh, can I try it?" And I'm like, "Ugh, it's all yours." And it went around the table.
Well, here's the thing. Part of it is just like the guy thing of, oh, it can't be that bad. You're just a wimp.
Yes.
And then they get proven wrong, and you realize, okay, so this is the type of toxic masculinity that's actually entertaining.
Yes. It's great though, because I
the other thing is, too, it's a code. Again, this is from the Jeff Foxworthy bit, but it's the mutual understanding that you do this because someday, you're going to find something that smells even worse, and then your friend will owe you for you having sniffed that awful, like, this burned, way past due meat that was in the back of the fridge or whatever.
Yes, but I want to see somebody make a documentary about humans, and that specific behavior needs to be part of it. Oh my gosh.
The void is made of dream, dark, soul, and heart. People think Kirby is made of heart.
He is.
I don't know what he's made of, but I know he is shaped like a friend.
Yeah. I just want to hug him.
What do you think Kirby would feel like?
Smooth, but soft and squishy. And
you think it would be
not
like one of
too
those?
warm, but also not cold. So you just want to hug him.
Are we talking like stress ball material? Or like, is he just marshmallow fluff except your hands don't get sticky?
Yes. Marshmallow fluff that your hands don't get sticky. He's squish.
There we go. God, this game's got a great aesthetic. There's just something about, like, all of these abandoned vistas. It's sad when you think about it, but it's also just... The world... There's a serenity to it. It's hard to describe. It's wondrous in a very depressing way.
Quez. Admittedly, knowing Japanese work hours, if part of the 160 hours they put in a week was high on coke, I get it.
160, that's being generous.
Yeah, no. Should any of you ever move to Japan for any reason, do not get a job that is in
Oh, trust
Japan.
me, you won't. They don't hire foreigners.
Oh, problem solved.
Do you know there's a... I am not making this up, by the way. There is a legitimate thing. It is legal. If you own, like, an apartment complex or something, to say, no, we're just not taking in people who aren't native to Japan.
Yep.
It's because there's, like, a lot of data saying that, yeah, people from foreign countries will default on their last rent and cause a lot of problems for you. In Japan, if you own real estate, you are legally allowed to use statistically backed racism to motivate your decisions about who to become a tenant. It's fucked up.
That entire country's pretty screwed up. But we love them anyway.
By the way, for those of you who are wondering about these target times, I will try my best to go for them, but they do not count towards 100% in all of these. Also, I keep wanting to call these levels treasure trails, and they are definitely not that. super isolationist. Yeah, the Shinsengumi sentiment. Gaijin Goomba introduced me to that term, and it's a really good one. It's just the islander mindset. Here's the funny thing, that's not exclusive to Japan either. Like, talk to anybody who moved to Hawaii for work or whatever. They'll tell you the locals just did not take them seriously.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. Kirby.
I think I got the target time on that one. Nice, by 4 seconds
you
even.
smell like it too. You smell like that and whatever you sprayed on to cover it. Ugh. Get out of here. You know I hate Axe. Yeah, you do, and it's stinging my eyes. Ow. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, I love you too. Get out and stop stinging my eyes. Ow. Oh, he had a cloud of it. Ouch. Ooh. It's in my nose.
Oh no. You alright?
No, I can't see.
Hold up, this is important. Gun.
Oh, yeah.
For the first time since the anime, Kirby has a firearm, and he's about to make that everyone's problem. Lena, that reminds me of, what was it? There was a situation out of San Francisco, was it? They had a giant drought because, it was Dasani or Whatthefnu, one of the two. They wanted to bottle up water that was native to the area and sell it to folks.
Seriously?
Just your daily reminder that corporations are not your friend. The way these rocks move is hilarious to me. They go off the cliff and then they just immediately lose all momentum and fall straight down. You think you'd be safe right along the wall, but no, they covered that. These things are extra sensitive to gravity for some reason. Oh man, I hope I get to be the one who crushes somebody who's just hanging out on that path. I've been training my whole life for this. Put me in, coach.
The idea of a rock training is really, really amusing to me because Boldy.
I mean, I'm sure he wasn't allowed on WWE for nothing. He had to put in some effort.
Boldy was on WWE?
No, you said The Rock.
Oh, ha ha!
Comedy! These are the jokes. These are the reason people subscribe to the channel, alright? This is where humor goes to die. Oh, nice. 3-1. Good stuff. You get hit by a boulder falling down a mountain. That boulder has been waiting millions of years for this chance. Fair. I imagine they're just so used to a sedentary life at that point. When they start moving, it's terrifying. They're just as scared as you are. You know, in the capacity that an inanimate object is capable of feeling emotions, but, you know, that just kills the joke if I say that. Oh, wait. Right, that's not until later. Okay. Oh, look at this. If you look really carefully, the little lantern on Kirby's hat actually projects a teeny little bit of light.
Oh, that's adorable. I will be right back. I have to go take care of the next door neighbor's dog.
Okay. I will be here, and Kirby will be shooting everything in sight. Weirdly enough, this power is not as it's not as overpowered as you think it is. It doesn't do... It's not mobile, is the thing. I do have to stand pretty much still unless I'm firing off these pot shots, but these do not do nearly enough damage to bosses to make it worth it. There is one projectile-based power-up that I think is the absolute strongest in the game, but we'll get there. Remember that for later, folks. Dear viewer, hold that thought. Hold it tightly to your heart, closely. When it's done right, the author addressing the reader in a book is an extremely powerful thing in literature, I think. One of my favorite instances of that is in A Christmas Carol. There's a line that just tickles me every time I read it for some reason. I just love the way this is written. When Scrooge is going back home, this is right before the doorknob scene, and the book reads, "I must once again stress that the Marleys were dead," because the book opens with that line. And here he says, "I must once again stress that the Marleys were dead." Remember this. Keep it at the forefront of your mind, dear reader, for without this, none of the following events will seem wondrous. Which, okay, that's fair. If they just showed up at his house late at night, it's like, guys, I know we're business partners and whatnot, but I'm kind of just trying to enjoy some tea here. You know, some crumpets. I had a really stressful day. I was taxing the hell out of people who have my properties. Come on, you know how it is. Let's not do this right now. Story, and I'm adding friendos if I think I can do a nice character for them, and I can imagine one for you. I have cult leaders that I think would be fun being you. Hey, I'll read over it, and I'll let you know what I think. I do think villain voices are very fun to do. I love characters that just chew the scenery, but I also... Weirdly, I love reading lines for characters that are just absolute glorious bastards. Like, they're just genuinely horrible human beings, but they're saying it, like, you can hear the shit-eating grin in their voice. You know what I'm talking about? Wow, I annihilated that target time. I don't think they expected me to do that, where I just light the boxes and follow the fuse. This is one of the first instances of one of those, like, race the fuse puzzles. Or challenges, gauntlets, whatever you want to call these. Treasure trails. So they probably didn't expect people to be that good at it yet. They will require that in the future, though. 100% that will be required. Could have sworn there was... Yep. This is the point where these become actually discoverable now. Most of these ones that you can find hidden are just based off of the different mouthful modes, or they're just a challenge for Kirby with no powers. Because they have to consider, okay, well, maybe this person hasn't discovered this particular ability and or evolved ability yet, so... It's a nice general thing we can hand to them. Oh, I know. I'm glad this isn't the first time I've ever played this. I do have a 100% completed save file for this game. And I no-lifed this game. I got all of that completion over the course of, I want to say, like 3 days. It was a thing. And so many times during my first attempts, I was like 0.1 seconds off of hitting the target time. I'm like, really? Really? You couldn't just give it to me? You couldn't just let me have this? That wasn't gonna hit. Losing all of my time advantage. Sand. Stop locking onto the enemy, please. Guys. That's where I lost it, isn't it? I should have just quit. I should have just moved. I was too stubborn. It's just like, nah, I'm good enough. I can just take a bowl or two. It's fine. I'll still hit it. Kirby games are easy. They're not that easy. That old adage about this series does hold true here. The difficulty comes in actually completing all of this. It's good you really enjoyed this game. I really shouldn't have spent that much of my time just playing this specifically. Really should have done some other things with that time, like, oh, I don't know, shower, have breakfast. Take care of myself. There's a reason I haven't no-lifed a game like that in a long while. Because it's usually pretty bad for me. That later in the level. Once again, I want to state, I must remind you again, dear reader. But no, like, it's right up here? Yes, I believe so. So there are donuts in this stage. It's one of the food items that you can find in very specific spots. There is one of the Waddle Dee requirements is eating 3 donuts. I'm not one of those people, although I understand why that some folks are like this. It's like, okay, why does this unlock a Waddle Dee? Why does a Waddle Dee suddenly decide he wants to come back to the town specifically because he saw this character he's never met before in his life just chow down on this specific food item? Man, I didn't want to go back to work, but the way you just ate that Dunkin', pro, man. You're one of the good ones. I get why that throws some people out there. It is very video gamey, but I've also been playing video games for several years, so it's just like, game's fun enough. I don't have to bother my mind about that line of thinking. It doesn't have to be realistic. It just gives me more things to do in the level. My main problem is that some of them feel... This one I'm willing to look over too because, yeah, they're healing items. You want to pick them up anyway because it keeps Kirby topped off and healthy. This is something that encourages you to play the game in the most optimal way. That's a good challenge. But later on, they get a little less so. Like, even the tulips thing, even though we spent so much, we wasted so much time going back through the level again and again for that, by encouraging you to do that, it's still just like, hey, some of these will give you items and, like, little bits of currency.
Hi.
Hey, welcome back.
It's really freaking cold out there, and there's... You know what spring peepers are?
What's up?
Spring peepers?
Spring peepers. Can't
Yeah,
say that I do.
They're these tiny, tiny little tree frogs that can sit comfortably perched on the tip of your pinky.
Oh yeah, I've seen those things before. They're cute.
Yeah, they're going nuts in the gully across the street. And I'm like, it's so freaking cold for you guys to be that active tonight. All I can figure is that they're hidden under all the leaf litter and it's warm under there.
Borger. Kirby will just have the 2. He'll leave the rest for these guys.
Yum yum. Mm.
I missed that.
Yeah, you know those are
already.
Yeah, but yeah, you know what those are still there. They still look that good.
Is this casual or all Waddle Dees casual? All Waddle Dees casual. Like, to me, anything that's not a casual run would be like a speed run, or I'm specifically going for a no damage run type of thing. You've got some sort of meme category that you're attaching it to. That's just what I think, anyway. Sorry, continue to speak.
That was it.
I love this effect that you set the boss on fire and they just continue to take damage.
It's so nice.
The ice power, too, has an effect like that. You can freeze bosses in place. That was something you also saw during the demo. You did that on Gorimondo, I think his name is. You could basically turn him into one big icicle, and it cashed in as a whole lot of damage in one spot. It's amazing. I love that it has that effect now, that powers are... They have ways of differentiating them. They offer different approaches to combat. It makes fire and ice powers that are usually glossed over for more exciting close-range powers like sword and whatnot. It gives them a reason to exist because they feel different. They have a unique functionality that nothing else does. You know?
I like the refrigerator power-up.
The refrigerator's nice, but straight ice?
It has uses.
No, a woofie! No! You still have so much to live for!
yeah, like bacon.
Hey, do yourself a favor, by the way. You ever get a moment, go look up a YouTube poop called Bacon Strips.
I have.
You will not be disappointed.
I wasn't. Whew, that was close.
Left of the cake, but which cake? We got a mystery on our hands.
I need to tweak my settings.
On what?
Okay, that's better.
Did you see the new evolution in Vampire Survivors? I will tomorrow night, Dark Lord. I definitely will tomorrow night because that's the game we're playing. Thank you again for gifting that to me, by the way. That is another game. I have literally every achievement in Vampire Survivors. Every single one.
It reminds me of the old times.
It does. It's also... I would say this is the most fun I've ever had with a one-stick shooter.
But it's got more than one stick.
Well, here's the thing. You only need the one. Your character shoots their weapon automatically, and a lot of these weapons are designed to...
No.
What? What am I missing?
It's got more than one stick.
Oh, you mean in terms of, like, there's the fire rod, the magic wand...
The actual stake that you could eventually, I think you could eventually get 8 of them firing out periodically from you, can't you?
I don't think there's a stake weapon in Vampire Survivors. There is a cross, there's holy water.
I thought there was a stake.
There's
whatever.
garlic.
I love the garlic because it just gives you a stinking cloud.
I like to imagine in Vampire Survivors, like, one of my favorite characters to play as is Poe because he starts with garlic. Garlic does not scale for the end game in Vampire Survivors, but it annihilates early game. It is so easy to grind for experience, especially if you're playing in the Mad Library, because it's strong enough to just kill everything on touch at that point. It's great. Alright. I did this the first time I played this game too. Where is the donut I missed? I know it's somewhere in the middle of the mall.
Ow! My poor joints.
Wait, go back and see an advertisement. I saw a snow puppy. Well, good news. We're gonna have another chance to find this advertisement because I need to go carb up.
Carb up. So I just described a group of girls as the kind of schoolgirls that will make you convinced that Satan is a woman. And while I am a dude, I had far more girlfriends than guy friends. And from what I remember them ranting about, that feels accurate. Yeah, no, 100% agree. Girls are the reason almost all my friends are guys. I absolutely detest drama. And girls seem to love it, and I don't understand.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. It's Lena's comment.
Yes. I mean, she's not wrong.
Satan can do whatever they want.
I mean, I imagine they're that, giant, the eyeball circle-y thing.
Ruling in hell rather than serving in heaven and whatnot. I think I missed the point where you saw my question about the Evo.
Yeah, the evolution for Vamp Survivors?
Yeah, I have not seen it yet. Don't tell me which weapon it is, because all of them have been great so far. Especially Especially the new one. Holy shit. If that doesn't get nerfed immediately, I will be incredibly surprised. Because the twin guns are ridiculously powerful. Like, I wasn't really big on the bird. The one where the two birds combine together into one weapon, but the guns... Oh.
The bird. The bird.
So there's another leak that implies that Peter Griffin is going to get added to Fortnite.
Yes, I saw.
And I want... Like, if
We
somebody
all want it
made
to
a
be real.
mock-up of what that pack would look like, and they theorized, well, if they're going to create an emote, of course it would be bird is the word. I just want that by itself now. You know that would tilt people immediately and mercilessly.
Of course it would, and I want it. Like, I only just started playing it last week. I'm already having quite a bit of fun.
Like, if I was one of the two teams left at the end and just got sniped by one of their friends camping out on a mountaintop and they started doing that, I'd just be sitting there like, just teabag me. It'd be less disrespectful.
Debatable, but also hilarious. Ariana Grande getting headshot by Peter Griffin.
Fortnite's great for that exact reason.
Griffin!
I still think... I still go back and forth in my head which is the greater video game crossover series, Smash Brothers or Fortnite. Because both have some incredible arguments for that fact. Also, by the way, this is the best version of the Invincibility King theme that has ever existed. I love the energy that the guitar adds to it. It's great. Just gonna give one last once over to this area because I don't want to miss the donut again. We've had an unfortunate situation here where we have gone through each stage no less than 3 times, and that's probably getting really old for people.
I mean, we're not necessarily here for the gameplay.
No, but still, I want to... You guys have had to remind me of that fact multiple times. And I appreciate the hell out of y'all for being here for me and not necessarily for what I play. That's super... That's incredible to me. That anybody finds that kind of quality in me endearing. But still, at the same time, that doesn't mean I can put on a shoddy show for y'all. I want to do my best.
We appreciate that. Curry rice. I've only ever had it once, but oh, it was so good.
You know what I want to try again here soon? Because there's a place near me that does this. I want to have, like, real ramen again. Like tonkatsu ramen.
Tonkatsu. Gotta stop drooling.
Am I just making you hungry?
Yes. Luckily, my tummy is still full of tacos, so I'm okay.
Where is this thing hiding? Because these guys have only got cholesterol on their tables. I don't have to steal any of their food.
Mmm, forbidden donut.
Apparently. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so hard to find. I entertain some weird thoughts sometimes. every once in a while when I'm having a really bad day, I think, I wonder what the world would be like if I was the only person driving around the streets. I probably should not entertain thoughts like that.
It's a lonely world.
However, if you would like to find out, you can go out at like 3 a.m.-ish.
No, I've had, like, rare moments like that, where there's just nobody else around.
It's kind of creepy, isn't it?
The streets are super quiet. No, I'm one of those weirdos that enjoys that.
Me too. It's nice. It's so nice.
I don't think I'd want the world to be like that forever, but every now and again, it's good. What's up?
Sad face.
Over what? What happened?
Well, I finally got. Well, last year I finally got the mount I wanted in ESO. But in order to get it the color I wanted, I had to collect berries.
Elder Scrolls Online for those listening.
And they discontinued the Indrix. So I have one of the collectibles out of the 4 I needed.
Oh,
And I can
no.
never get them. And I'm like, no, that's not fair.
Well, on the plus side, it'll be a really interesting talking point. If you ever, what is it? Like, I think it was WoW Krendor. He was talking to Rubber Ross about, like, old school World of Warcraft. And they were just showing off, like, weird items they still had in their inventory or bank accounts in-game, their storage.
Yeah, that just don't exist anymore.
Or, like, some of the items were glitched and showed up on their character wrong. So they decided to never unequip it because they were afraid it would set itself right again. That type of thing I find really interesting. Like, there are some hunter pets out there, too, that you just can't get anymore. They were either never intended to be obtained or just... they were only available for a limited amount of time, or you had to be playing during this specific period. Or they're just old bosses that were removed from the game and just nobody was interested in collecting them back when they were still around.
Bosses?
Yeah, the hunters can tame beast-type enemies
Oh.
and turn them into pets. And some of those pets had a unique look or color. I think the
Gotcha.
rarest one in existence were these ghost wolves. They, I think they only showed up in, I think, the second expansion, was it? The one that went to the Outer World? You were not prepared and all that? You can only tame them for, I think, the better part of 2 to 3 weeks. But the way they appeared, they had that incredibly ethereal kind of look to them. But then they patched it out and nobody can get them. So the handful of people that did, they are never getting rid of those pets because they've got something that just almost none of the player base has.
Rare.
That kind of thing is incredible to me. This is another thing that I think about quite a lot. MMOs are just existences unto themselves. They are entire worlds full of communities and subsections of people. They, like, folks who have socialized and built up these friend groups, like common interests. There are all kinds of events and stories and tales that are unfolding in these places, and just there are legacies happening all around us, stories to be told. Like, you've seen those video essays online talking about, like, an Animal Jam or the Monster Girls High universe or whatever. And I just think, man, there's just so many MMOs out there just populated with all of these people. And there's many more of them that have just been shut down now.
City of Heroes.
Nothing else
Rip.
will be told in them ever again. And you had to be there. Those folks who had those experiences, they are the only ones who ever will. And it only exists in their memories now. It's kind of sad.
You
It
knocked
makes
out
me
the entire wall?
makes me wish I had been there to experience it with them, kind of. You know?
Don't worry, we'll event time travel eventually.
Huh.
Is that the last donut?
Yes, it was. I found the one I missed. It was a little sparkly bit in the corner of the conveyor belt back there.
That's nice. Anyway, I love roleplay, because we tell our own stories.
I skipped over lore there, I'm sorry. If your health is low, just eat a Maxim tomato to heal yourself. They're packed with nutrients. Did these fall through the same vortex as Kirby and his friends? Or were they in the new world already? It's hard to tell, but everyone seems to enjoy them, even the Beast Pack. Let me go back and read that one because I think the lore behind it is really interesting. So this place we were just in,
Mm-hmm.
it is apparently called the Alavel Mall.
Alavel.
You'll understand why I know that in just a moment.
Well, I saw the level name. And wasn't there an ad for it in the first level?
No, it wasn't an ad for the mall. Or are you talking about the thing that I specifically pointed out?
Yes.
Like the little ripped up poster.
Yes.
No, that's an advertisement for something else. That's World 3.
Oh. Okay.
Oh no, we're stuck out in the middle of nowhere. We have no supplies. Most of our workers have been taken. Our most capable breadwinners. What do? We need movies. Hey, if you want a second player to join, you just call me anytime through the pause menu. I'll rush over. Thank you, Bandana D.
Bandana D is best.
Too bad I don't have a second player here. I was considering it, like trying to convince maybe the roommates to help me and join in for the show, but it is a little cramped inside my room. Alright, where?
You are sitting in a
Soundproof booth, basically. A little cube I
Blanket
created
fort.
out of PVC pipe. Yeah.
it's say it like it is. It's a blanket fort.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. Sound dampening blankets that I was using for my audiobook job there, which doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. By the way, if you guys know anybody who needs voiceover work, tell me, please. I would greatly appreciate it. This logo belonged to an auto shop named Holine Custom Autos, part of the Holine Corps. Holine also sold industrial parts, managed construction, and made all kinds of stuff. From buildings to streets to amusement park rides, remember, if it's quality, it's Holine. Or perhaps it would be more accurate. And then, this was the logo for the Alavel Mall, owned by Alavel Holding Company. Making life even livelier was their corporate slogan. They ran a wide range of businesses, entertainment arenas, food shops, service industries. Now the remains of those businesses can be found in all kinds of places, empty and alone.
Aw.
I had my theories walking through this game. It kind of hit me again in World 3 when the first big one in my brain popped off and I was like, wait a minute, I think I know what's going on here. especially because of what the treasure roads look like in that area, but we'll get to that when we get to it. Nah, don't worry about it, Quez. Like, if it's not a serious endeavor, don't go out of the way for me. Don't feel the need to go out of your way for me. I hate to put it this way, but I need jobs, not, like, charity work. If that makes any sense. I'd be more comfortable doing that kind of thing, too. You know what? I think I'm gonna go ice for this one. It's risky, but... Oh, hey, big guy. Nope, you don't see me. I'm not here. Yeah, Gormondo, that's his name. Look at that. Wait, I remember this one now. There we go. See that? Ooh! Love that. Just that gigantic hit of damage right at the end. It's super satisfying to pull off because of the giant buildup and momentum of it. You have to play super aggressive if you want to do well with fire or ice in this game. Which is the most fun way to be with these bosses because it forces you to learn their attack patterns, not to get your face smashed in by them. Of course, I'm definitely not hitting the time goal for this guy now, unfortunately. Pushed that a little too hard. Ow, what the? Man, my controller. I was having that problem the last time we streamed a Switch game, too. Still don't know what's up with that. Must be enough to kill. No. No dice. There's no way I can time over this. Not a chance. So we will be doing this fight one more time. But we did finish it without taking damage, which is important. That is a goal on every single boss stage, is do not take damage. And on some of them, that is gonna be a nightmare. I mean, we could always come back when we have better powers, but where's the fun in that, right? Oh, the sword ability. Forgot that was one of them. This is what I'm talking about. There's just too many that are, like, how would I even guess that? I mean, I know it was one of the powers that was available, but even then, you've only got a 33% chance of getting it right on the first try. And sometimes, I remember this one just because of thinking, how would I guess that? the boss of the next world over, it's beat him without any powers, which good luck doing that without taking damage and beating it under a certain time limit on your first attempt.
Is that?
It's a gachapon machine, yeah.
Oh, it's so cute.
That's how we can get more of these figures in case we don't want to just grind out levels for them. We just feed star coins into that until we get the figure we're looking for, which that's an end game thing, I'll tell you right now. A, because you want to farm as many figures as you can out of levels for free, basically. It's gonna cost a lot of star coins to finish that collection, trust me. Welcome to Waddle Dee's Weapons Shop. I work with all types of copy abilities. It's kind of my thing. Any copy abilities you find out there will become available in here. Pop in and grab one anytime. Oh, and guess what else? I can help you evolve those abilities to make them much stronger. This blueprint contains some incredible techniques. We can use it to evolve your ability. Let's try evolving one right now. Already my tools. So right away, we can upgrade Cutter to Chakram Cutter, and we can upgrade Fire to Volcano Fire. Now, of course, it will set you back star coins and these rare stones, they call them. All of this ore that we've been farming out of the treasure roads. Apparently, they know about these. Like, this isn't just a game gimmick. They know about these little wormholes in the sky. Their official name for everybody around this place is treasure roads, so it begs the question, so they know about them, they know what they're good for, do they presumably have more uses beyond just evolving copy abilities? I can't help but wonder. Were they responsible for some of the technology we've got around here? He says, acting like he hasn't beaten the game and has answers to some of these questions. If you find more blueprints, just bring them to me. I'll use them to evolve your abilities even further. Chakram Cutter is all well and good, but, well, I know which one I'm going to be using more often than not. I'm just going to skip those animations in the future because they don't change in between each power. They don't have unique animations, sadly. This hat, though. Just wearing rocks. You got rocks on your brain, Kirby. Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't this enemy a reference to all of those trailers for the GameCube titles? Like Mr. Sandbag here? I know I've seen this enemy design in a Kirby game before. I just can't recall where. This little, like, capsule body with those arms and, like, the big black round eyes thing. I have definitely seen that enemy, but I can't recall. Oh, we're not going to explore for a little bit, Elf. What's going on?
Stuff.
Stuff and junk and things. Bits and
Yeah.
bobs and other ends.
And things I need a rather large stick for.
That you're at that point, huh?
No, if I had a band hammer, I would have already used it. Unfortunately, I'm not an admin, therefore do not have a band hammer. Not for anyone here. This is an ESO thing. There is someone who is Basically,
they're being a butt.
oh, so much worse than that. So much worse than that. They're trying to get a group of my friends banned from both Discord and Elder Scrolls Online because they didn't get their way. And they kicked her out.
You guys are gonna be so sorry. My dad is the CEO of Elder Scrolls. He's gonna ban all of you.
I wish it were just that. Anyway, it's complicated, and it is working out right now. Anyway, so I'm kind of dealing with that on one side of things.
The imagery of that moment right there. I mean, I don't blame him for screaming at the sky in anger. I was kind of just stabbing his butt there. I'd be pretty angry too. If an ant just came up to me and started poking me with a toothpick over and over. God, quit it. Knock it off. Go away. I don't want to squash you, but seriously. Sword ability. Yep, and clear within 2 minutes. Good stuff.
Nice!
I can finish a level in more than 7 tries. How about that?
More than? What? Yes, extremely petty players, and I would love nothing more than to be the admin who gets to ban these people. Like, if that were my day job, I would be sick of it pretty quickly, but the sheer satisfaction of being able to kick really bad people out of servers would be so satisfying.
It's not as black as white as, and it's
No,
not as
it's
black and
not.
white as that, unfortunately. It's a lot of edge cases and, like, trying to play, well, be a moderator. It's right there in the name.
It is.
It's a lot of, like, you have to make judgment calls and understand people. It's like fishing for context.
Which I'm very, very good at. You have to be in my line of work. Which is shocking people who are not techie at all through how to work their tech.
No, it's not an actual mouse, ma'am. No, you can't eat it.
I think the worst is when they're so anxious and need so much hand-holding that every time you ask them to click something, even after you have already stated if it's going to be a left click, I will tell you. Otherwise, everything is going to be a right click. Wait, no, other way around. Whatever. Basically, every single time I asked them to click something, they said right click or left click. It was horrid.
These god-fangled machines. Life would be so much simpler if all of us were using, like, notepads and whatnot.
To be fair,
I don't
there
have to-
are several processes that would be significantly sped up and far more accurate if they went back to the old way of doing it.
My opinion on this has always been the same. It's ever since I worked retail. 99% of the time, machines make our lives way better, but it's that other 1%. Oh, by the way, don't worry, everybody. Your favorite ability is here. forgot there was like a sleepwalking phase at the start of that. Where you could still move Kirby around a little bit. It just had the arms stretched out like a zombie.
You know what I think is just so funny about Kirby?
What?
He carries the sword in the most awkward way because his arms are so short, he literally can't hold it upright. So he has to hold it like that.
That is kind of funny. Also, this is really clever. Both of these spots are the powers you just evolved, so you have a chance to try them out in stage proper.
Nice. Is that the new fire?
Yep, volcano fire. And as you can see here, it does a decent amount of damage. The rapid firing of the projectiles does a pretty solid chunk of it, even while the boss is in that I'm gonna go into my rage mode now thing where they've got a lot of damage reduction.
Yeah. I love that they actually stay on fire though. That's, you know, come to think of it, it's kind of weird that didn't happen in previous games.
You see one of those little coconut things on the ground, by the way? Tell me. And I don't immediately, like, beeline for it. That's one of the goals in this level, and we've seen my track record so far tonight.
Oh, Quez, don't even joke about that. I had to do that one.
The middle click thing?
Yes. What? Like, she had arthritic fingers. And they would not order a special mouse for her. Or it got stuck in the mail or something. And she was just dying. So she calls to complain to me. And I have to explain to this 75-year-old woman that there is a middle click on the mouse. And then you don't have to use the scroll. You don't, it'll do it automatically. And she's like, what middle button? There is no middle button. And I'm like, you just click the scroll. It was an hour-long call of explaining the same thing 15 times, and oh my gosh, I think I'm a little traumatized from it.
By the way, I have something for this.
You monster.
Don't worry about it. Only chat got that one. It is a weirdly consistent thing. I forget which game it was that did that. If you destroyed a sandcastle at some point, it actually gave you an achievement that just called You Monster.
You monster.
It was
And
Super Lucky's Tale, wasn't it?
I think so.
That was back in August of last year I showed that off. Am I 100% positive I'm not missing this last nut? No, but let's move along anyway.
Ouch. Gotta stop sitting like that.
Oh, do you do the thing where you're just hunched over a little bit because it feels more comfortable in the moment, But then you go
No.
to stand up and you're like, oh, okay.
No. So what I did was, I sat with my feet curled, so like my toes are pushing against the floor while my feet are arched forward. Just pushing my feet against the floor, and you sit like that long enough, and it really hurts. What? That is a horror story. Explaining the same thing
I don't
15
think-
times in the simplest ways possible to...
I don't think Quez is arguing with you about the horror stats of it. Is it just me, or does Kirby sound like like they're saying "ew" every time he waves off a Waddle Dee?
Ew!
And whenever he goes back to the map screen, he says "Kanpai."
Goodbye! They've got such tiny little legs! Oh my gosh, they're so cute! Look at those tiny little legs! That is the most fun crocodile monster design I think I've ever seen.
I forget what those
That
things.
includes Kremlings.
Oh. I forget what their names are off the top of my head. They might be in Series 1. We might be able to get one tonight so that I can read off their description for you. Gotten everything so far?
Feel better, Moogle. Glad to see you here, though.
I'm glad you chose to spend your night here. Thank you. This is something I missed. I definitely missed the first time I did this. I'm glad I committed it to memory, though. There, we completed the sign. I love when games... I do and I don't love when games reward you for stuff like that. When it's an item that's integral to progression, I think that's the wrong way of going about it, but when it's just some little reward like a pile of coins or something, you get all the fun of feeling good for being clever without it being absolutely necessary. You don't have to think outside the box every waking moment, every second you play a video game. I think I've given this spiel before, how I'm kind of over collectibles in platformers. Like, the game where I first noticed this was Tropical Freeze. Tropical Freeze is a damn good platformer. But a lot of the times it feels like I just can't enjoy the level because I've got to go do all of this other stuff instead. I gotta make sure I'm not missing even one single little item or skipping over any of these little puzzle things, because if I do, I won't be able to experience all the content.
Collectibles should be just that. Collectible.
Every hero needs a
Not
hobby.
required.
I never thought about them in that sense. In a lot of ways, minigames are just hobbies for RPG characters.
You know, that's a pretty good point. Oh.
Yep, controller is being a little weird.
What have you got in your mouth?
It's a ring of sorts. Specifically, it was part of a sign once. See all the little light bulbs and whatnot? There's a different
Okay.
version of this that's, I think it's like an engine part or something. It looks... But the main point is it makes it look like Kirby has teeth, which is...
Terrifying.
Which is a fundamental concept that I do not agree with out of principle.
I mean, he's an amoeba, so...
Oh yeah, the Radical Dreamers collection did just come out, didn't it?
Radical Dreamers?
Oh, I want that so bad.
What's that?
Chrono Cross just got a re-release on PC. Technically, Radical Dreamers, which is the prologue to Chrono Cross, also got a re-release. I think it's the first time it's been available in English. I think somebody explained, if you're wondering what Radical Dreamers is, it's a visual novel without the visuals.
What?
It's a text adventure, basically.
Oh.
It's following Kat, sorry. You know that character you meet near the beginning of the game? The fiery blonde? With tattoos on her face? Twin daggers and all that jazz?
I don't know who this is!
Oh, you've never played the game, okay. She is a character you meet pretty early on in Chrono Cross, and she's a very important character to the plot, and that's all I'm gonna say on that matter. But yeah, it follows all of her adventures before she has met Surge, the main character from Chrono Cross yet, and her band, who is called the Radical Dreamers, hence the name of the game, and hence the name of the collection, too. That is the main draw. There is a remix soundtrack as well that goes along with it, which some of the samples aren't great. I hope the rumors are true and that's just part of the in-game music player. And you can actually swap between the remastered tracks and the normal tracks. Because a lot of other games have done that, and that should just be the standard now. Her name is Kid, right? No spoilers, first run ever. No, I promise. Years of writing YouTube reviews has taught me how to do that. How to explain something without giving away any story details whatsoever. I don't even tell people... I don't even give hints about how somebody's supposed to feel, quote unquote, when they reach a certain scene. I don't talk about, like, oh, this part made me feel this way, because then that sets an expectation for that person. You know what I mean? Like a twist moment in a story or a gut punch from a narrative standpoint doesn't really hit as hard if you're expecting it. That type of deal. Game, I'm not entirely sure how you expect me to do that any faster. But okay. I'm not sure where I lost time in that. That feels like my first playthrough again. I got a lot of that, just barely missing the target time. And yeah, it is just bonus currency, but still. Whoa! There's an alert we don't hear a lot there.
What was that sound?
That was my alert. That's the sound of a drop of myrrh hitting your crystal.
A drop of myrrh hitting your crystal? What the heck is...
In Crystal Chronicles for the... That's my 100-bit alert.
Yeah, I remember your 100-bit alert.
Quiz is
Just
on a
haven't heard it
killing
in a while.
streak here. Hold on, I'll read those messages on a second.
Yeah?
Currently doing a time trial.
Frosting.
What's up?
Come here, you need some Reese's Scoops? Oh.
God, that one I also just missed.
Thank you, Mama, for taking care of baby.
Notice I was like 300 bits away from being 10th all-time. Cheers for you. So why not take 9th instead? Correction, now I'm 9th. Okay, actually 8th. Very good quiz. Aw, man, I appreciate that so much. Thank you. I love little things like that, like channel point rewards. I think between tonight and tomorrow, I'm going to brainstorm a lot of little fun ones. I'm not a VTuber, so I can't do the things like have that little petting emote show up over my head. I don't even have a webcam. Oh, this is it. This is the level. The one that made me hate this Waddle Dee collection system there for a little while. You see this seagull right here? This thing that seems like it's just a background detail, some tiny little arbitrary element of the stage that doesn't mean anything. That's moving at like 6 frames per second. Watch what happens if I move close to it. That's the goal in this stage. Greet 3 seabirds. Greet 3 seabirds. Not collect food, not get a certain number of star coins, not like defeat enemies under a certain time limit, or maybe beating a certain section of the stage without taking damage. No, 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 no. Greet 3 seabirds. Which, even if you get that revealed to you at the end of the stage, what would you think of that? Oh, it's bad luck to kill a seabird.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's me, Austin! Oh, son of a bitch!
I love that one so much. It's such a great alert. I'm not proud of many things, but that alert is one of them. Thank you again, Quez. Had more, huh? I'm glad you're sharing them with me. That's much appreciated. Hey guys, did you want the animal power-up just without the flavor? Drill.
Drill?
Yeah, that's the power-up we've got right now.
Drill.
Mr. Drill. Where's the second seabird? I know where the third one is. Ah, there you are. And, well, there goes that item. We'll never know now. To this day, Chrono Cross had the most depressing game over. I don't remember it off the top of my head. Then again, my brain has this thing where it tends to forget
wait.
negative experiences.
Wait, hold
What's up?
up. There's a more depressing game over than when you lose in Chrono Trigger and the world ends?
Oh, Day of Lavos and all that?
Yeah. Which is one of my personal favorite game over sequences ever.
Just
The
because...
sheer effort that went into it.
The one that always sticks with me is Trauma Center Under the Knife. That one goes in.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
almost to the point of parody. It's like, oh, come on, man. How much worse can this get? It approaches the type of depressing that's like, do you remember that Ice Cream Man character from Dexter's Laboratory?
No.
The guy who because of something that Dexter decided to pay the guy in pennies, and he had to count out all of them because it was a kind of expensive, like, premium ice cream bar type of thing that Dexter wanted. And because of this, like a little mishap, he chipped his tooth. Because he chipped his tooth, his girlfriend didn't find him attractive anymore. She left him. He went into a horrible depression, lost his job there for a little bit. He's not even a real ice cream man anymore. He was just posing as one so he could deny Dexter ice cream day after day, week after week, as some sort of twisted revenge plot.
Okay, Dexter did him a favor? If she was that shallow...
You know what? That's a fair point. That is a fair point. I had never even thought about it in that lens. But no, you're right.
I am testing my friend to see if he gets a reference.
Well, give it to me. Let's see if I pass the test.
What if C-A-T actually spelled dog?
Boy Meets World?
Surprisingly, no. Revenge of the Nerds.
Man, that's why I've never watched that movie all the way through, although I do love it to death.
I've never seen it.
I knew it had to be a stoner character, because that had 90s...
Oh, it's absolutely. They're on the island that has a weed on it. They're just laying around the campfire smoking it. and this thing is like what are those things called? Whatever. The thing they were smoking is like, oh gosh, this thing's gotta be 8 inches long.
Oh,
and made out of...
the blunt?
Yes, thank you. I don't know these terms.
But you did know, you taught me something. Like, I had no idea why the number 420 was associated with weed.
You didn't know that, and I taught you?
Yeah, I had no idea. Like, for the benefit of those in the chat that don't know, because I don't know if it's just like this is something other people don't get or I'm just stupid, but to err on the side of caution, the reason that particular number is because at the time, 4:20 p.m., your boss or place of work is very unlikely to call you in for like an emergency shift or whatnot. So you're free to do something that would, say, render you completely unable to drive or operate heavy machinery or something else important like that. timing windows on some of these are very tight if you want to hit them just right. It's incredibly satisfying to pull this off, don't get me wrong. But sometimes it's just easier to pop out of the ground and do that little rising tackle type of thing. Seen that, Noel, but yeah, that's a little morbid, not gonna lie. I had to... This is kind of bullshit. The older I get, it seems the better I get at video games, which is the opposite of what happens to other people. I'm at the age where I should be failing at the most basic of things. It's like, what's this dang metaverse thing? I need to adopt me a son so he can teach me how to use all this newfangled bullshit.
Oh, Grandpa.
I tell you,
my
I
grandpa's
remember...
pretty techie. For an old guy.
No, I definitely want to be one of those old people that actually understands what's going on in the world of tech. I don't want to contribute to that stereotype. I want to help eliminate it. I would have learned. Cut to me wondering why my dad or mom hasn't asked me what an NFT is. I think it's.
I explained to my mom
point,
what an NFT is, and she quickly realized that it would be very, very dumb indeed to invest in one.
I think everybody is realizing how stupid this concept is, which is why they didn't bother asking you. Society in general has decided this is a bad idea. Not the least of which because the communities surrounding them are cringe incarnate.
Yep.
Like, holy crap. The copium. They are exhausting the world's supply. There's gonna be no more left by the year 2024. Then again, when did people who like NFTs care about the environment, eh? Ha ha!
Too true.
I'm not gonna invest in NFTs, man. I care about Mother Earth, and I just can't bring myself to invest in something that's gonna damage her in that way, you know? I don't care if they make money.
Yeah, no, I am far, far, far more interested in the benefit of our world being around long enough for me to, you know, actually enjoy it.
Oh, I can't dodge, but I also don't take ship damage in that form, it looks like.
No, you don't. Nice.
I like how the enemy shakes a little bit to show they are reacting to your inhale, but they're not getting affected by it, really. I knew that was one of the goals in this level. I had to use ice here. I think it's the only time it asks you to do that to a boss.
You know, I really wish they'd bring back the Kirby 64 power combinations.
A lot of people do. Unfortunately,
It
the
was
way
so much fun!
Unfortunately, the way Nintendo works, they're probably never going to revisit that gimmick.
But why?
Listen, as somebody who enjoys F-Zero, I have heard the phrase. There's an infamous phrase from one of the creators. They were like, "Yeah, we'd love to bring back F-Zero, but we just don't have any good ideas for it." Oh, you mean you need a better one than just making a new one?
Yeah, Nintendo.
Innovating for the
insists.
sake of innovating. And then you've got games like this, which reinforce the idea that, nah, Nintendo is just kind of playing their own game. They're not interested in making the best game they possibly can. They're just interested in making one that's good enough. Because they know people will buy it anyway. Like, I hate to be that guy, but it's true. Nintendo sold people literal fucking cardboard, and they bought it.
I know.
Sorry, I just... in lighter news, I do believe this is the first time in, what, like a decade that Tornado has been in a mainline Kirby game?
Has it been that long?
Something like that. It has been a while. Don't Nintendo
Tornado
still...
hasn't been on since like the GBA. Because it wasn't in Squeak Squad, was it?
I don't believe so, no. Although Squeak Squad did have Ghost, which is my favorite gimmick power in the entire series. Like, it was a little lamer than it should have been, but just the idea that you can possess and control enemies is super cool. And they come with their entire moveset, too. Doesn't Nintendo still make playing cards? I believe they do.
They do.
They are
And
still a toy
awesomely,
company. What's up?
You can get a deck of Mario playing cards.
I remember this. There was a Club Nintendo reward way back in the day. It was one of the elite ones. You could actually, I think it was for the 30th anniversary or the 25th, something like that. You could actually own a set of Mario-themed Hanafuda cards. Which, those are, there's some decks of those still floating around on there, unopened. And I kind of want one of these days. It's
They are
such a
pretty
cool collectible.
Honestly, though, I'd want Pokemon Hanafuda cards.
That would also be great. There's enough flower-themed Pokemon you could do it.
Oh, definitely. So what did you eat?
An arch. Like a little gate type of thing.
Ah.
So by being absorbed into Kirby's stomach void, he is somehow, it technically, I guess the explanation is it doesn't technically exist in this reality anymore. So its mass doesn't matter, even if it was made of, like, iron. What matters is that Kirby himself is light enough that if he stretched out like that, he could feasibly glide.
Yes. I don't question the physics.
I do, because it's fun. And, like, theory crafting is an interesting mental exercise, too. Alright, did I get everything? Indeed. That stage is in the bag. So yeah, they also do literally sell cardboard to people. I was mostly talking about Nintendo Labo. And don't get me wrong, some people did do some cool creative things with that. Hey Icicle, it's your favorite. Kirby gained the mysterious mouthful mode ability after he flew through that vortex. Now he can stuff an entire set of lockers into his mouth. This one won't budge. Wiggle, 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 and whoa! He just took a whole chunk of that wall down. Use this to find hidden roots you didn't know about.
Woohoo!
Oh, yeah. Quez brings up a good point. If that's the case, why does he still have the capacity to crush people when he's in stairs mode? I think that's the answer to a lot of these hard questions about how does this work in universe. It's, because it's a video game. Yeah,
Because it does.
it works
Don't
because it
question
does, and it makes the game more fun. Knock it off. If I miss the target time on this one, I'm gonna boil in my shoes. Okay. I was about to say. So I mentioned Foxy Joel earlier, and he was having the most trouble with this puzzle. I wonder how many people didn't realize immediately you were supposed to use the curve of the chalk run in order to hit all of these time switches.
Wait, what?
So when you throw these chakram out, they come back to you in like a little arc.
Oh, and that's how you hit the switches.
Yes, that's how you're supposed to do that. Evidently, this is not immediately obvious to a ton of folks, because I've seen multiple people fail at this
what?
now.
Seriously? It's not. All you have to do is mess around with it for like a minute and it becomes immediately obvious.
Icicle, listen.
Do people not mess around with things anymore?
Listen, here's the thing. You and I are neurodivergent.
Oh, right.
We are like programmed to look for patterns.
Well, all humans are programmed to look for patterns. We're just
No, but we're like hyper
better.
focused on it.
We're just better at it.
I think I just missed it by a couple milliseconds. Ah!
Oh, man. That sucks.
Come on, man. Really? Really
Unfair.
now?
Unfair.
God damn it. You couldn't even give me just like cut it as close as possible, just make it 0.01.
Apparently not.
Because there's like 100 milliseconds, right? This game's running at 30 frames per second. If I wanted to replicate that time again, it would be a less than 1 frame trick. Unbelievable. I'm only allowed to be impressive in the most unimpressive ways. That's my lot in video games.
This is the way. Yes, that was a reference.
I mean, I wasn't gonna make the joke. We found that graffiti in actual Uganda. They found the way. That
is not the way I was referring to, but that also works. I was referencing The Mandalorian.
Ah, that explains it. I haven't seen that show yet.
It's so good.
From what I understand, it is good. And
It
hey,
is everything that I wish the movies would have been.
And hey, not only do you get the cool main character, but you also get Glup Shido too.
You get what?
Glup Shido. You know, the little baby Yoda thing. That's his name.
It's Grogu.
No, it's Glup Shido.
Where did you get? What?
Look it up.
No.
G-L-U-P Shido. Spelled exactly how it sounds. You'll appreciate this, I promise.
Okay, but I don't want to lag my computer looking it up. I'm already running like 4 things, 2 of which are pretty RAM dependent. So.
Ah, fair. Okay.
You know what I really love about the upgrade for, I think it's Tornado. You get this just absolutely adorable little feather headdress for it.
Well, I mean, don't tell people about it yet. We haven't. Wait.
Yeah, you have. You already said this. Way back at the
I've got a
beginning.
problem.
Why? What'd you do?
So it's not what I did, it's what I didn't do.
You forgot to pick up a collectible, didn't you? Or a quest?
No. The challenge is to complete this battle without touching the water.
Okay. What'd you
You'll
do?
noti-
Already touch it?
No, you'll notice the operative problem here is that I just can't hit these enemies.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, wait.
Tornado's the wrong power if I wanted to do that. What I needed was Bomb. That's the ability you can use to actually finish.
Oh well, you can get it next time. But you don't need to do it today.
I don't... They even give you a hint here about how to do it. Because
You're
you
not
get the
Gerard. Don't worry about it. Chain bomb?
Trust me,
Amazing.
it's really good. Like, it is a surprisingly effective level 2 power. And I don't think that's a spoiler either. They did show in the initial reveal trailer that these can go up to level 3 because of the dragon fire thing. Okay, let's see here. Middle, left. Okay, right, left, middle. The dirty look on those things' faces. Nothing can hurt that guy when he's in that mode. Came at him with a fully charged tornado and he brushed me off like it was nothing. Also, here's another one of those really arbitrary collectibles, but I've seen a lot of people get it by complete and total accident.
What is it?
Here, I'll try and reenact how this level goes for most people when they don't know the secret is there. Hup-a-dup-a-dup, I'm over here. Oh, that's another a capsule. Glad I don't have to spend coins to get these. Come on, die already. Those guys take so many hits. Wait, did I forget something over on this side? Let me jump in. That yellow fish right there?
Yeah.
That was the golden fish. And I just scared him off, so that's worth a Waddle Dee.
I see.
I've seen so many people just jump straight into that pit because they're trying to be thorough about secrets and such. And because it's right there in the middle of the path, just got it. Been it. Done it. Don't have to do it again.
Nice.
We should actually go back to Waddle Dee Town here soon. Because we've unlocked a lot of buildings at this point. I think I've got all the Waddle Dees for all of the facilities that we can get at this point in the game. Without progressing to World 4, I think it is, where a lot of other aspects of the game open up. Including a long series tradition feature ever since Superstar. You know what I'm talking about if you've played that game. Chad, I want to know your opinion on this one. And you as well, Icicle. Do you think Kirby games have gotten easier over time? Because it feels like my initial forays into things like Superstar, even Superstar Ultra, were way harder, even if you were going for everything. Like the arenas and true arenas. But then I played something like Star Allies, and I just annihilated everything, even when I cranked the difficulty all the way up to Soul Melter Plus.
I'm not 100% sure. It's been so long since I've actually played a Kirby game, I can't really recall. I remember never being able to defeat Boss Rush mode in any of them, ever.
Yeah, that's the arena that I'm talking about. It was originally called Boss Rush, if I remember correctly. That's Kirby 64. It was called Boss Rush, and I think there was a version of that in Dreamland 3 as well. Yes, there was. I remember, because there was a unique game over screen for that mode for every single boss if you lost to them specifically. And each one has them tormenting Kirby in a very specific way. Some of them are hilarious. Like, if you manage to lose to 0, the picture is just him and Dark Matter sitting on top of a very, like, tired-looking Kirby. 3 tins of fish. Okay. What did I miss before? I know there was something I just didn't see last time I was here. Let me go back over the level in my head. That's it. Back. Back where you belong. I don't know, it seems like I might be alone on this one. Both Noelle and Lena are saying that the games get ridiculously difficult as they go on. And they've only gotten more so over time. I like how some of the Waddle Dees aren't, like, the same hue. Like, you'll notice there's both a red one and an orange one in this cage here. Right, I remember
Skin
now.
tones, bro. Skin tones.
Yeah. I know, it's just a cool touch. I don't think that was ever there before. Hey, we got the Chaser figure!
Nice.
Strong-armed beast, Goremondo. Goremondo considers the local shopping hall to be his personal territory. I don't know why I slipped into Antonio Banderas there. Also, he looks like he has a scrub brush for a hairdo.
You slipped into the Meta Knight voice.
Mexican vampire Meta Knight.
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Love that voice so much.
Best Meta Knight. You cannot convince me otherwise.
As part of the Beast Pack's executive council, he's in charge of capturing Waddle Dees and gathering food. Tends to eat all the fruit himself, he just can't help it. His behavior has earned him an earful from his boss more than once. Spoiler alert, I don't think his boss would care much about the fruit being gone. At least not on a personal level. He's more worried about his associates than anything else.
Ah, yes, but what about the rum?
Why is the rum gone?
Rum.
Oh, hey, who's that? I cannot possibly hazard a guess who that boss is gonna be.
Gee, I wonder. Because, you know, it isn't blatantly obvious or thing. No, not at all.
To be fair, every video game is somebody's first. But it's
This
like,
is true.
you're supposed to wait a while before you reuse elements. Even WWE has about 10 years in between, like, set pieces where two, like, monster wrestlers fight each other. One pile drives the other and the entire ring collapses.
Which is awesome.
It's awesome, but they have used that gimmick a couple times.
And it is getting a bit old.
Well, no, here's the thing. They wait a while in between uses, so it still hits when it drops.
Yeah. But you can only see a ring collapse so many times before it gets boring.
Well, that's the thing. Like, 10 years is a whole generation. Like, that's a completely new, well, not completely new audience of people, but they've got so many viewers watching at this point that are just like, whoa, I've never seen anything like that. This is so cool. I love these guys. There's superhumans in there. Might as well just take the damage on that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh! Redemption arc. I can only barely miss it or barely get it. Nothing outside that range, apparently. That's World 2 for me so far.
What was I doing again? Oh, right!
Lost track of your side quests in ESO.
I was making sure to do all of my dailies, and I forgot that I need to pay dues for my guild now, because most of the people in my guild, joined the guild and then never came back for some reason. Like, they forgot they were members of this guild or something. I don't know, but we've got like 200 plus members, and only 15 of us are on here doing stuff consistently. So we're all like, okay, well, if y'all aren't gonna pitch in, we're gonna force you to pitch in. So we've been weeding out inactive members. It's
Gotcha.
unfortunate, but
It's
needs
necessary.
must.
You gotta keep the guild healthy.
Yeah,
I've never
and if we
noticed that
want to have a
detail,
guild
by the
trigger-
way. One of the frying pans they have in the back of this cafe has Kirby's face etched into it.
What? Where?
It's a little late now because I've already advanced past the dialogue, but...
Ah.
So we've got... The cafe is open now. Kirby has a house now because we've rescued so many Waddle Dees, they decided to give me a pad. And also, we've got this guy. The Delivery D, or the D-Livery, if you will.
That is cheesy.
We bring
Oh yeah, it does have his face. I used the clip thing.
rain, sleet, snow, or hail, we deliver what you mail. Present codes, huh? Some present codes are shared through online announcements. We can hop online to claim those. Now, are there any codes that aren't in the town and aren't available from completing the demo? Go check that wall and try to find it. This guy actually, there are, well, we'll get into it when we're collecting all the figurines, but there is a reason you want to pitch as many codes to this dude as you can find.
Because you get good things?
Do you already have a present code you'd like to enter? Yes, there are 2 specifically that you get for completing the demo. I believe one is either Demo Clear or Clear Demo, and the other one that you get for beating the demo on Wild Mode is, all caps please, New Adventure. That one I remember off the top of my head. That code checks out. Your delivery present is already on its way. Look for it in front of your house. Don't know why they can't just add it to my inventory and save me the time of having to walk over and get it. Especially because they don't let you input a second one before going over there. And I don't know. This game has a bad habit of wasting your time a lot. It's that whole mission thing that I was talking about earlier. That's a problem, that you can't just complete the mission and then leave the stage. The stuff adds up, and it does get annoying. Alright, let's try this version
ouch.
first. Clear demo.
I'm surprised I didn't register on the mic. It certainly sounded loud.
Cricking, cracking, and popping of bones in your body.
Yeah, in my neck. And normally when I crack my neck, I lean my head way back so that my
I see.
spine presses right up against my larynx. And so when I crack my neck really loudly when doing that, it echoes out through my mouth.
Oh,
I have it.
your
I
mouth
picked
acts
up,
like a megaphone type of thing?
Yeah. And do you know why I picked up that habit?
Why?
I did it accidentally once. And after figuring out that it made a teacher's brain break and said teacher was particularly mean, whenever she started being mean, I would do that and she would just kind of, her brain, you could just see the entire thing derail and crash as she hurried out of the room because she was so grossed out. It was amazing. And naturally, the targets of her cruelty were always appreciative of it, even if they were also mildly grossed out. I think it was like a visceral reaction for her or something. I don't know, but
Yeah, there are noises that just drive certain people off the wall. A common one is like crunching styrofoam.
I hate it because it squeaks.
Some people really hate nails on a chalkboard.
Everyone hates nails on a chalkboard. I know absolutely no one who is not bothered by that sound. And do you know why?
Why?
It's literally written into our brains to run away when we hear that sound.
Why is that, out of curiosity?
Primate instinct, and that's a warning cry.
Oh, I see.
Very similar to a warning cry. And as it turns out, when you filter out the midtones of the sound, it's not nearly as distressing. Yeah, it's weird.
Hey, Kirby, got a sec? Now that the Waddle Dee Cafe is open, we're looking to hire some help. It's just a part-time gig. I don't suppose you're looking to start a career in food service, are you, Kirby? Well, hey, it's a lot more fun than it is in real life, so sure.
True dat.
Kirby Pan. Select the right item. Check each customer's food order, then select the item they want. If the customer satisfaction level gets too low, it'll be game over. Try not to keep them waiting for too long. When the lunch rush hits, the speed will increase. Serve as many correct orders as you can to try to earn a high score. I'm gonna warn you guys right now, this is the true final boss of this game. Oh, it only seems easy now. Once we get into that last difficulty, you will know what true horror looks like. Look at all those Waddle Dees.
Holy cow, that's a lot of Waddle Dees. How is the Switch supporting all that without flickering or lagging?
I mean, it's been out for a while. I imagine it's some sort of technical know-how.
Well, apparently it's technical know-how that nobody informed Game Freak about.
Oh, I screwed one up right at the end. I'm not gonna get bonus points for this now.
Aww. You know what I really hate about the Switch Pro controller?
What?
B and A have swapped positions from the Xbox controller.
Ah.
I hate that.
Well, here's the thing. In Japan, it's swapped.
Which
Because circle represents correct and X represents incorrect in Japanese culture. So,
it does that here too. And honestly, what was ever wrong with the ZB layout? I ask you. Nothing. It's more comfortable.
reminded of Tron Bond's servant lunch nightmare. The serve bot, yeah. That special move. So now we got the hustle gig and the frenzy gig. I'll show off both of them. I will try not to choke right at the end this time. You'll see they start adding more and more different gimmicks here. Try and trip you up. You'll also notice that bar is fading out a lot faster than it was on the last one. It's about as difficult to make up for lost ground in this game as it is in something like Elite Beat Agents.
Oh my gosh. I've never played that, and after seeing how crazy it gets, I kinda don't want to.
Oh, I love those games so much. I recommend them to everyone who will listen.
They're hilarious, I'll give them that.
Oh no, not I. I will survive. The song that plays during a literal zombie apocalypse in that world.
Yeah.
The stories
It
are
is.
great. I love all of those games. English and Japanese. I wish they would make another one. The time is right. I really think it is. You know what I would want my dream game to be in a new Elite Beat Agents? I would want it to be on the Switch, and I would want it to be called Elite Beat Agents World, where you get to play as both the American Elite Beat Agents and the OS squad from Japan.
Yes.
All the regions can
All
get
of
all
the-
of the
yes.
different songs. Because there's some good ones from throughout that series.
Wee. I'm going around in circles, I'm going around in circles, I'm going around in circles.
Please, I need to focus on this, I'm sorry. Alright, here we go, folks. Watch that progress bar.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that is a remarkable uptick in difficulty.
Yeah, it is. Talk about difficulty curve. Woo-wee.
The trick there is you need to look ahead at what the next Waddle Dee wants and feed them that.
Whoa. Nice.
Thanks for your hard work, Kirby. Hope you can help us out again soon. Hey, Kirby, may I speak with you for a sec? You've been helping us a lot lately. It's a tough gig, but you even handled the frenzy like a pro. So, we'd like for you to have this special figure. And our deepest thanks. Ready? Here it comes. Thanks. That is apparently what deepest thanks sounds like. All right, Misadventures of Tronbon. Yeah.
I haven't had the opportunity to play it yet, but everything I've seen about that.
Oh, that game's great. I would recommend it. Especially if
Well-
you're familiar with Mega Man Legends.
I am, and I am severely pissed off that they have teased us with Mega Man Legends 3 twice and have failed to deliver anything 3 times.
Oh, Capcom. Cafe staff Kirby. Kirby's taken on a side gig at the counter of the Waddle Dee Cafe. He's dressed like a focused employee, but he's secretly fighting the urge to gobble up each dish himself. This might be his greatest struggle yet. Stay strong, Kirby. Coziest little bistro in town. Now we can either eat one of these items to recover our current health, or we can stuff one in our inventory instead so that we can have it later.
Kirby?
Or is-
Saving food for later?
Or-
What?
I mean, it was a feature in Squeak Squad, remember? He could just stuff things in his stomach and use the bubbles.
Oh, yeah. Oh man, no D&D on Sunday? Jeez.
When the Waddle Dees were first being captured, I thought I would end up all alone again. But then I met you, Kirby. And you worked so hard to save everyone and rebuild this town. Thank you, Kirby. Thank you so much. Just added the hammer ability. Tornado. Drill.
Drill?
Oh, good. Sleep is here.
You know, the useless skill.
Just wait on that one. That's all I have to say on that. Just wait.
Nah.
Evolve bomb to chain bomb. Needle to clutter needle. Which we were talking about Kirby 64 before. So you might appreciate this one. Here, I'll take this into the training room so you can really appreciate everything that it looks like. I love all of the random junk that's just sticking out of Kirby's head here. Like
Isn't that great?
the tower, the bee butt, the rocket ship. I think there's literally just an arrow pointing up.
There is, yes.
Video games are dumb. I love them.
Me too.
But yeah, check this out. It's basically the double needle from Kirby 64.
Yep.
And the other fun thing about this version,
It's movable!
well, you can basically just
And
spam it over and over, and it does some pretty decent damage. Especially because of all of
Oh,
the
wow.
shrapnel flying off of it here.
That
I'd
is-
argue that
That is
cluster.
decent.
I'd argue that this version is actually better than the level 3 evolution of it.
Uncolored Darth Vader? What? What kind of crap toy is this that they didn't bother putting the paint on?
So you can paint it yourself, I guess? It wouldn't be difficult.
Why?
You just need mostly black.
I mean, it depends on what color the face is as to how difficult it's going to be to get the black to be uniform.
I suppose that's a fair point. You would need a primer to make it look really good. So here's how Clutter Bomb works. If two bombs are close enough to each other, they become linked. And the more bombs that are linked, when they detonate, the blast
Oh, it
will
makes
be...
a chain!
Yeah, the blast will be much bigger. And they will all explode at once. They will stick around to deal multiple hits when they're like that. Now, the one thing I'm disappointed about with this power, if enemies walk over the chain, it does not detonate the bombs automatically. They have to hit one of the actual projectiles. But still. I can link if it's alright. Yeah, Noel, I trust you. You've been around here for a long time. I don't think you're gonna fish for anybody's, like, personal information or anything. You're not trying to sell me subscribers or anything like that.
Work.
Don't worry, I'm trying to get through the level as fast as possible here.
Nah, I'm just tired.
Oh, wow, it is that time of night, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost 11:30.
We started a little late, but already we're almost at the 4-hour mark. I thought we were gonna hit World 3 at least.
Not when you redo each level 3 times.
I'm not smart. I wasn't.
Hey, at least you didn't wind up in the 7th circle of hell on your way to get a midnight snack.
What?
You've never seen that?
Are you
You've
talking
never
about
seen the
Are you talking about
I am not a
Squeak's
clever
blood?
man. No! No, there's this hilarious just webcomic, this random webcomic of this stick guy walking through a hellscape, and there's this demon there. It says, "You!" They're just like, crap. Now I need to go to find it. Dagnabbit.
The only stick figure comic
I am
I'm
not
aware
a
of.
clever man.
While you look that up, may I explain my favorite stick figure thing?
Please.
Are you familiar with the Miranda animation?
No.
I'll send it to you. Hey everybody, this is Miranda. She's one of the boys. That doesn't ring a bell at all?
No?
Oh man.
Anyway, where's the meme channel? There it is. No, that's not it. Where is it? Is that it? Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, it's going in the Shindankness. It's this.
Yes, got it.
You should not have come here, human. Why do you cross through my domain? I was on my way to the kitchen for a snack and I got lost. You ended up in the 12th plane of torment on your way to the kitchen. I am not a clever man.
At that point, how clever you are is the least of your worries.
Yeah, pretty much. But I do find it.
I think you might have some undiagnosed Nightcrawler powers.
Possibly.
You might be a super mutant. I would get that checked out by your GP.
No, super mutants don't have teleportation. Just regular mutants. Super mutants wander the wasteland and tend to be very green.
Unless you're playing New Vegas, in which case they just hang out in former NASA bases.
Yeah.
It's like a reference only you would get. I don't know how
Nobody
many
else
people...
here play it?
What's up?
Does nobody else here play Fallout?
Well, it's not that. It's just like, it's such a specific reference.
Well, yeah, I suppose it is, isn't it?
So cool. Watching people share the things they enjoy in chat, in the Discord and whatnot.
Isn't it great?
I only know, like, the surface level stuff about Transformers. But when people start talking about the figurines and, like, all of the different, like, model kits out there and whatnot.
Oh my gosh. There was a toy of Soundwave. from the 80s that was an actual functional.
I was about to say, does it actually play cassettes?
It actually plays cassettes and it's a boombox.
That is wonderful. I love
Yes.
that.
They're impossible to find these days, but I wish they would make them again.
Autobots, drop your mixtape.
No, that's Optimus's voice.
Autobots, peep this sick beat. Beep, 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 beep.
Sounds like a wonderfully cringeworthy episode.
Let's be real about something. Optimus can do whatever he damn well pleases at this point.
He could. But I don't think I could ever really imagine him having a different voice. Like that one time he actually did have a different voice with that series that was super cartoony and had like the little girl and the crazy professor.
I don't remember
It was on Cartoon Network. It was unreal because he didn't. Optimus has been voiced by the same guy for 40 years, and that voice is so much a part of the character that seeing him without that voice is just really, really weird.
We still going, or is it about to end? I think my co-host is going to be going to sleep soon, but I'm good to still go for a little bit.
What?
I'm in this room.
No, it's still going. I'm not gonna be with it all the way through. He's still going. Love you too, Coops.
Get a room.
Shut up. I have one.
Get another room. How dare you fart in my general vicinity.
I'll do more than that. I'll waft it too.
Listen, I love the Game Grumps. I legitimately do. They've had their bad moments, don't get me wrong. Like, they're really, really bad moments, but I think some of my favorite jokes of theirs are also the dumbest.
Yes.
Like, back in the John...
naturally.
I still think about this to this very day. Back in the JonTron days, where Aaron is just like, you ever fart and it, like, follows you?
I'm 12. 12 and not ashamed to admit that.
I don't know what the proper, like, order of operations is for this level. I don't know how to do this optimally. And I probably
no.
never will.
Sometimes it's not worth doing it optimally. Sometimes it's better just to have fun.
Just discovered that Crash Kirby has an upgrade. Oh, get ready for that one. I think that's one. I think the upgraded Crash is one of the coolest powers Kirby has ever had. It's so, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, you look at it at first, like, you try it out on the training dummy and you're like, oh, that's kind of novel and interesting, but you don't understand how good it is until you do that time trial. And you understand, oh, wait, that's how it works. Okay. Oh, we in business now.
It's so overpowered.
I wouldn't call it overpowered, but it is
so
very
overpowered.
strong. I mean, it's not like it one-shots bosses or anything like that.
No, but it is insane. Forgot this game doesn't have auto target. It's the right trigger No, the left trigger. Dangnabbit. I'm never going to be able to instinctively know my right from my left. I don't know how everyone else does it.
I don't. I'm a streamer. I can't differentiate between right and left either. It's my eternal curse.
Let me put it this way. I don't know how neurotypical people do it. Like, all of the other kids in my classes growing up automatically knew which hand was their right hand without having to look. I always had to look. It's like, why don't they teach kids right from left?
They do. Very
Yeah.
early on in preschool.
They didn't. They never taught that to us. Not in my preschool. I guess they just thought we would figure it out when they said, you know, put your right hand over your heart for the pledge. And I'm like, you never taught us which one was right and which one was left. They didn't. So, how do people figure this crap out? And of course, you know, you're in preschool, both hands look like an L. Your dumb little kid who hasn't figured out the L always faces the same direction.
I was expecting another mechanic in that fight. It's kind of interesting. Never mind, I've already said too much.
Oh, have you now?
Also, we just got one of people's favorite abilities from this game. You thought it was fun having a gun before? Wait till you see this one. Missed the day they taught left and right, so I didn't know until I was in 3rd grade. I don't know, I still can't give you... I still have trouble figuring out where letters are in the alphabet without going through the whole thing. I can start I can start from M.
Everyone does that. Literally everyone does that. And I know exactly 0 people who do not sing the alphabet song.
It's like, screw it. What's after P again?
Elemental
P.
P.
Q, that's the one.
Did you know that some poor girl in our database is named Elemenope? And it's spelled L-M-N-O-P. Yeah,
Why did you hate your child? Why name a kid that?
Well, apparently Penelope was too plain or common. To say nothing of the poor girl named Cash, C-A-C-H-E. That was a fun day. So, they call in because they went to go create her account, and it would not allow them to enter her first name.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Just because of, like, a quirk in the system?
Yeah, because of the programming. If you try to enter Cash in as a name, it errors out because that's a command, not a name.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So we wound up having to basically get the go-ahead from the, what's it called? The developers. We had to get the go-ahead from the developers of the system to say, hey, is it okay if we break the rules this one time and misspell her name because her legal name literally cannot be entered into this system? And they're like, yeah, we'll write up the paperwork for it. And, fun fact, we actually had to create new paperwork for that. It was an interesting day.
Come here, my child. Confess your sins to me, and I will ask God for forgiveness. Well,
I named my child Cash.
Avavacolo! Imagine growing up as Daenerys.
Oh gosh. In this day and age. Ugh. I I imagine that wouldn't be so bad though if you had like monitor lizards.
Oh god. Oh god, that Waddle Dee is dead. I murdered him.
What?
I'm out of here.
What did you do?
I could never return to Waddle Dee Town again. I'm on the run.
Okay, so Quez, yeah, her name is Cache, C-A-C-H-E. And when we tried to enter her name into the system, create account for her, it would not work. It would error out because it thought that was a command, not a name. We had
Don't
to
you
create
love programming?
Oh god, government programming, no less. So we had to create new paperwork that didn't exist before to basically allow a rule breaking to spell her name as C-A-S-H instead in order to get her account created. Because we're supposed to have our legal names, our legal first and last names, and because we couldn't enter hers, we had to create new paperwork so that we could. Yeah.
By the
it's an
way,
interesting day.
something I want to point out here.
What?
So if you press different buttons on the D-pad, Kirby will
Yeah.
emote.
Oh my gosh, they made animations. He's
So you can make
cute.
him sit down, and you can also make him cheer. Now the cheer is interesting, because if you go over here and do it near some of the Waddle Dees in town,
Will they cheer with you?
well, not those ones apparently. What about you guys? There he goes. So happy. Taunts, yeah, basically.
Oh my gosh, that's so adorable. That is so stinking adorable, and I love it.
Alright, once more onto the breach.
You can do it! I believe in you!
One of us. Oh, for Christ's sake.
Hey, leave him out of this.
Immediately, I just get bonked on the head by a tree ball. Also known as a
Tree ball.
coconut if you're weird.
Tree ball.
Message for you in chat, by the way.
So there is. Yeah, well, apparently these two didn't pay attention in Programming 101. At all. The sheer amount. Is that Wispy Woods?
Sort of. It's Tropic Woods.
Oh, fair. What are you doing?
Leaving one of the it's always the last mission there at the bottom to beat the boss without taking damage. So if I get bonked, there's no retry button. I have to leave.
Seriously?
Yeah, this is another way this game wastes your time. There is no way just to immediately start up a boss fight again. I have to go all the way back to the world map, look at the loading screen again, then I have to immediately go back into the stage again, look at another loading screen, go all the way up through the stage and up this ladder, and then I get to attempt it again.
I'm not even gonna dance around it. That's freaking stupid.
other video games. You're a Japanese developer. You know how to do everything.
I'll take Rareware over that any day. Thank you. Mockery and all.
Seems to be doing damage to Wispy himself. We're literally destroying his roots.
You'd think. Of course, you know, logic in video games. Yeah.
Like, even Super Punch-Out did something like that. Like in Super Punch-Out, when you're doing the title defense tour and you end up against King Hippo again, you know how he's covering his weak point with a manhole cover? When you manage to actually break the duct tape that's holding it on there, there's this cute little animation where it falls off and lands on his foot. If you're paying attention, that actually does a tiny little bit of damage to him.
I did see that. I am aware of this. And you'd think it would do a heck of a lot more given how heavy those things are.
I mean, he's a big guy. Cartoon logic.
Fair. That's fair.
For the Wii is a masterpiece. You are 100% correct. I think it's one of my favorite Nintendo games ever.
It is. It is.
There's just so much heart and love over that experience. It's a fantastic piece of interactive art.
Increasingly rare for Nintendo these days, sadly. Or rather,
No, I
it's
think
not rare so much as it becomes narrower.
I'm just at the age where I realize that all the Nintendo characters they're not characters, they're products.
Tropes. Yep.
They're brands meant to be consumed.
Which is why I've kind of, you know, fallen off the Zelda train at this point. And I'll look at Breath of the Wild 2, but I'm not expecting something I'm really gonna enjoy that much, sadly. I didn't really enjoy Breath of the Wild that much. Yeah, it was cool, and it had a great story, but
There we go. Tropical Terror done. World 2 absolutely completed. Now, I know 4 hours is where we usually cut off a stream, but I really like World 3, so we're gonna do a little bit of this first.
okay.
If that's okay with everybody. Or are you really tired?
I am really tired. However, go for it. I'm not sleepy. I'm just tired. It annoys me that there's a difference.
I get it, though. I completely understand what you're saying. Just wasn't for you, understandable. I liked it, but I like long games on the go. And that just makes me think of all of the road trips my family did. My grandparents used to live up in Anaheim, California, so that's about, I want to say, an 8-hour car ride to get up there from where I used to live.
Wow.
Something like that. So I got real comfortable with my Game Boy during that time.
I'm sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, Have you ever wanted to know what a circus looks like at the end of the world?
No?
Turns out it's a lot more cheery than you think. I can't tell which one fits better in which spot. I think I like this one more, but don't quote me on that. Hey, duck. Come here, buddy.
Quack, quack. Got any grapes?
No, we don't talk about that duck. There you go. Look at them all. Come on, everybody. Go back home to mama.
So cute.
This one I understand a Waddle Dee joining back in the town for. If he wasn't there already, it's just like, you know what? You're an upstanding guy. Where do you live? I want to live near a guy like you. I'm a little sad Battle Mage Azulio isn't here anymore. Because he asked about whether or not the water ability was in this game because it's his favorite. And I will reiterate what I said when he asked the question. I've got good news and bad news for you. The good news is, technically, yes.
But
You'll see. I think it's in the next area over.
it's like a lot of fun.
This stage.
Yeah.
I do love it a lot. The theme is really, really fun. Again, there is something really cathartic and like interesting about having this whole theme park just to yourself. Like a childlike dream type of situation.
Yeah. But it's also lonely all by yourself. And no one's there to run the rides for you.
Seems like they're doing a good job of that all by themselves. Of course, they also don't care if they run me over, so.
Eh.
What are the goals in this one again? What is that last one? Wait, I remember now. I remember what the last one is now. Okay, we're still good. This right here. This is the scene, like this little set piece right here, because I noticed them waiting in line to try out the I don't know what you call them, but those giant pictures where you can stick your head through and look like a character.
Cutouts?
Cutouts, yeah. And then I see them all lining up for this roller coaster here. And then I thought, wait a second, post-apocalyptic world. Are these all... Could they possibly be the previous residents of this world? Like, turned into something else by some horrible science experiment? That was my first theory.
I seriously hope not. That would be so dark, but also, you know.
But, like, that's on brand for Kirby, though.
Yep.
So, like, surprisingly dark stories. So that's where my brain first went. I don't believe... I know for a fact I'm not correct. That is not the story, but
wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility.
This is what that poster was advertising, by the way. You could see the top of this particular roller coaster in it.
Oh.
All the way back in the first level in World 1. So, just had someone ask today, why is Kirby lore so Kirby lore? I mean, people seem to respond to it pretty positively. It's just fun to look into the deeper aspects of this universe.
I mean,
And
yeah, but also no, but also yeah.
I throw this term out time and time again. I call it the Earthbound principle. If your world is just like really upbeat and charming, fun and funny in a lot of cases, when things start getting serious, people tend to care because they've already been endeared to this world.
Prince Pooh from the Kingdom of Moo, who can restore his PP by drinking water.
Exactly.
I laughed until I couldn't breathe when I read that.
Fecalfunny.com.
No, I actually played it. That's Earthbound.
Oh, I know.
And I love Mother 2 so much. I went and I found Mother 3 and I played it. I was not disappointed.
Good. You've played the good Mother games then.
Yeah, I don't really want to play Mother 1 because...
I'm quoting the happy video game nerd on this one because I think nobody has ever
Who?
put it. The happy video game nerd. Like he was a direct. Originally, his channel was made as a joke, like a play on angry video game nerd, because he thought it would help him stand out. He's known as Stop Skeletons from Fighting these days.
Oh, that guy!
Yeah.
Happy video.
So here's the water power in this game. Hey guys, it's back. This is everything you wanted, right? Nintendo fans be like, hey, we want an Animal Crossing on the Wii U. Wish granted. No, wait, not like this. Yeah, like I was saying, nobody has ever put it better than Stop Skeletons from Fighting when it comes to Mother 1. It sure is an NES RPG. Also, why did they make me drop the power-up right there just to come pick it up again up here? I guess to teach me that it can like, do things to the machinery in this place? By using that roller coaster as the example?
Oh, you broke the ride!
I mean,
The last fun park in the world, and you ruined it.
just that one little part. There's other rocket rides. In fact, there's a suspiciously high number of them in this place. Like, they don't even have a decent tilt-a-whirl here.
You mean if you can hurl?
Well done.
No, that's Dad's, not mine. Although that is what he did the one time we managed to drag him on it with us.
Does your dad not like rides?
No, Dad gets motion sick just watching some of those rides.
So I feel really bad about something when it comes to my brother. the,
Yes?
so a lot of amusement parks will let people with disabilities to the front of the line.
Ah.
So we used to bring them along to places like Six Flags and Knott's Berry Farm so that we didn't have to deal with lines at all. Unfortunately, because of that, he now hates amusement parks, and he will not go anywhere near them.
Poor guy.
It's our fault. If I had known what was gonna happen and like how that was gonna develop,
Yeah.
I have big regrets when it comes to him, but he's doing a lot better than he was.
Is he the reason you can't eat mac and cheese anymore?
Not mac and cheese. No, I love
Or
mac
was
and
it-
cheese.
What was the thing you can't eat anymore because you had it every week growing up?
Okay, so the things that we always had in the house because of him that I have completely lost my taste for are double stuffed Oreos, Diet Coke, chicken nuggets, and like those crinkle fries that you can get in a bag, and McDonald's. There is, although that's partially my fault too, because like when you become a junior in the high school in my area, you don't have to eat your lunch on campus anymore. They will let you cross the street and eat at some of the businesses that are over in that little shopping center or wherever you want to if you happen to have a vehicle that can take you somewhere. And it was just everybody in the group liked the McDonald's, so I always went there. I always ate off the dollar menu, and man, I am sick of that food now.
And
It got to the point where, because Dad would always send me to go pick up the meals for everybody from McDonald's every week, and I flat out just asked him one week, it's like, man, I can't put any more McDonald's in my body. Can I please take me and my sister somewhere, like anywhere else? And it's not like we didn't have options there. There was a Sonic nearby. There was, what else did we have here?
Probably a Burger King.
Sonic,
Probably
Burger
a Taco
King.
Bell.
We had a Wendy's. I'm so jealous. They have an easily accessible Popeyes there now. I love Popeyes, but I don't like going to the neighborhoods that Popeyes are usually in.
Yeah, because inevitably they are in one of two places, and neither one of those places are nice places.
Sorry, I'm in game playing mode right now.
No worries, I'm falling asleep mode right now.
I did finish at least one level in World 3, if you want to call it after I finish this treasure road.
That sounds like a good idea. And they really should be called treasure trails.
No, they shouldn't. I'm just gonna be blunt about this. That's a euphemism for pubic hair.
A what?
Yeah, they're called treasure trails because they lead you to the goods.
Ew. I've never heard that, and quite frankly, wish I never had.
I'm sorry. Remember the runaway guys? They're still around. They're alive. They still hold their charity streams every year.
Who?
Yes, I do remember them. I love those old playthroughs. And again, going back to how my brain focuses on the weirdest freaking things, my favorite line from any of their playthroughs, because it's a perfect example of the things video games make us say, is, all right, who's driving this shoe? Kirby returned to Dreamland because of that, like, Karibo shoe thing that you could get, that little power-up.
Yep.
Haven't watched them in ages. Yeah, there's a lot of channels I used to be super regular on that I just don't interact with anymore. I don't know if anybody here recognizes the YouTube channel Lewis Prower. He was pretty much the camcorder Let's Player there for a long time. It was just his style. It felt weird.
I forgot about camcorder Let's Plays.
Yeah, it got to the point where it just felt weird when he finally upgraded and got an actual capture card.
It's funny because Boundary Break has a camcorder set up for some of his stuff because the system he's doing it on either doesn't have a capture card that is made for it, or he doesn't have the equipment to link it to a computer. So he's got a camcorder or a webcam set up facing this old tube TV. I popped in there the other day, saw that, and I'm like, what am I looking at? Because it has that refresh rate that you can see as the whatever. Oh, what's the thing? Not a proton, not a neutron. The light gun on the back of the tube goes across it, and you
CRTs?
can see the bar. Yeah.
Cathode rays?
Yeah, the cathode ray gun. Thank you. You could see the line going down the screen where it was refreshing, and I was like, what am I looking at? Because I hadn't seen that in so many years, I forgot what it was like. Oh.
Let's just do a quick trip through Kirby's home here. Keep doing amazing things. You might get enough special photos to cover this whole wall.
Special photos?
Yep, we got one for finishing
Hey, wait
up
a
that...
minute.
What's up?
This looks exactly like his house in Dreamland.
Yes, it does. They built him a new house here because he helped out so many Waddle Dees. Also, they've got his favorite book here. Wow, look at all these things I've done, except for the ones that we aren't actively selling to you anymore. Hooray!
What?
It lists a
Oh.
whole bunch of Kirby games in here. You'll notice they're lacking a few entries, though.
Quite a few entries, actually. I consider an amount of them. Pity that, because some of those older ones are really, really fun.
God, I love this song. Has the weirdest name in the world, but it's a really good song.
Yeah, care to enlighten us?
Vagrant Counting Song of Retrospection.
Yep, that's a
Your
really,
guess is as good as
really
mine.
weird title, and I'm just gonna go with... you know what? I don't even know what to go with.
Alright, everybody. That's gonna be the end for this stream tonight, I think. So, while Kirby sits on his butt, I'm gonna say thank you very much to my co-host. Thank you
You're
very much to
welcome.
everybody who showed up for the stream tonight. And please join us again tomorrow night when we will be playing a little bit of Vampire Survivors. Hopefully not as late as we were doing this tonight.
Yeah, hopefully.
Until then, I am Whatthefnu.
Bicycle
Later, everybody.
cold. Bye bye.